Thank you. Please be seated. Good afternoon and welcome to this Monmouthshire County Council full council meeting on this Thursday, the 24th of October in the Council Chamber in County Hall, Usk. It is my pleasure to welcome my fellow councillors, officers and staff, along with viewers watching online, and I would also like to extend a warm welcome to members of the public who are attending in the Chamber today. I would like to remind councillors online that they must keep their cameras on at all times and to use the hand-up facility that will appear in the chat if they wish to speak. And I need to open up my chat in a second, so bear with me. I would also like to remind everyone to turn their mobile devices to silent. I'll remind myself at the same time. And depending on how we proceed, my intention is to have a courtesy break every 1.5 to 2 hours. Put your hand up if you need to. The first item is apologies for absence. Councillor John.
Afternoon, Chair. Councillor Alistair Neil sends his apologies.
Thank you. And I have apologies for Councillor Stevens. And I'm sorry, I haven't opened up my chat facility yet. I understand that Councillor Riley may be unable to attend or may run late. That apology is effectively received in advance. Are there any declarations of interest? No. Chair's announcements will take as read.
Yes, Chair. Sorry, Chair, I put my hand up there.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Councillor.
No problem. Yeah, could I declare an interest in the first motion relating to fireworks? I think it's 6A, because it's a personal declaration of interest, because I am a trustee of Little Mill Village Hall charity, which operates as its main fundraiser annual fireworks display. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before we move into business, we must first mark this as the last day in a very distinguished 6-odd years of service by Chief Officer of Communities and Place, Frances O'Brien. We thank her and we wish her well. Councillor John, do you wish to contribute?
Yeah, thank you. Very briefly, Frances, just wanted to say massive thanks to you for all that you've done, not just for us as members, but for the people we represent over the last 6 years. I remember very, very clearly the day that you came into this chamber for your job interview, and it was very clear to us then that you were a rising star in local government. And you know, we want to be one of those councils where people come here, they do amazing things, they make a fantastic contribution, but we know that people aren't going to stay here forever. So it was with great sadness we heard that you're moving on, but we know you'll be taking all the experiences you've had here with you, and I hope you'll keep in touch with us. We've really enjoyed working with you. You've done a fantastic job and had, I appreciate you're in a peer group of chief officers, but yours is one of those most challenging roles because all those services that you look after, they're on the front line, and those are some of the issues that the public contact us about most frequently. It's about roads, flood protection, refuse collection, and those services matter so much to our constituents. So thank you for everything you've done. We've enjoyed working with you, and I'm sure you'll be a fantastic success in your new role, and they're very fortunate to have you. So thank you and best of luck.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. May I just echo Councillor John's comments about you, Frances. I do remember when you joined us from one of the other authorities, a big stepping stone from the other authority to come here, because you wouldn't come to us anyway unless it was a stepping stone. I understand that as well. But you have, like Councillor John said there, when it was required, you actually was there. So when we had the floods and the major impacts. I remember through the COVID as well, making sure that we steered, and you had the team to do that as well. I thank you for making that team what it is, and hopefully they can step up, whether we have a replacement or not. That is up to them to step up, and I'm sure they will. They've been guided in a good direction. I wish you well in your job, and hopefully everything is successful. If it's not, please give us a shout and we may take you back. We may take you back. I wish you well and good luck. Thank you.
Councillor Chandler.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll speak on behalf of the Green Independent Group. And I'm probably not going to focus actually on all your achievements, because I think other people will say that more eloquently than me, but obviously you have made a huge impact in your role in this council, and as Councillor Howarth said, over some quite challenging circumstances. So I just want to focus actually on your personality. Pardon me. And I just feel that working with you with Cabinet and SLT, you've always been a very cheerful component of that, actually. And I've always had a very positive attitude to the challenges that we face. And I think that's always been, there are times when we've had to deal with some quite grappling issues that are sometimes out of our control. But your good humour, your positivity, I think has shone through and has helped us as a group to be able to deal with that. And I think that's what we're probably going to miss. It's what I'll miss most of all. So thank you very much. But Neath Port Talbot has got a star there. So and I know from talking to colleagues in Neath Port Talbot, they're looking forward to you taking over. So congratulations and farewell.
Thank you. Councillor Brocklesby.
Francis, you will know that I'm always looking for opportunities for consensus and collaboration. And you have given the council one in which we can all cheer you. And we cannot call ourselves a new administration, but we've had the misfortune that we were only able to work with you for 2.5 years. And I would echo what has been said by my fellow leaders here, in that you exemplify grace under fire and what we want out of public servants in the 21st century. Always looking to find solutions, always looking to work across divides, always looking to put the people who are most important in Monmouthshire, and that's our residents. And you are an enormous loss to the council, but aren't Neath and Port Talbot lucky that they have you to lead them? And aren't the women of Wales lucky that they now have another role model in leadership to show what public service in the 21st century looks like, from merit? And I will miss you enormously. And I invite councillors here and online to show our appreciation through a clap.
I think they were very, very fitting tributes. I speak, I guess, slightly as a fraud in the sense of I actually wish that Paul was here to do this, but I know that Paul, if he was here, I think he would mirror and echo all of those comments. I think it's just a demonstration of what you've achieved in the 6 years, Francis. A tale of two halves politically, but actually, it features in the contributions, I guess, from the various group leaders. And you've obviously forged some really strong relationships through those times, which I think have benefited the council greatly. I think it's probably just worthwhile as well, just reflecting on 6 years, because it's been probably tumultuous is probably the word. We've had COVID, we've had flooding, we've had a lot of financial challenge, a lot of change that's had to be led and which you've done admirably, and to Councillor John's point, across a portfolio that touches and reaches out to most, if not all, of our residents. So, you've grown a leadership team around you. It's why we've been able to transition ourselves somewhat seamlessly over these next 12 months, and there are people around you who are very well capable of just simply stepping forward. That is the, those are the ingredients of a true leader. So Francis, very much on behalf of all of SLT, all staff, a massive thank you, and we wish you well for the future.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, colleagues. I'm incredibly emotional, so I'll try and hold it together. It's been an absolute honour, privilege and pleasure to work here and with you all. And even though I'm going to have a very much a wider role and a very different place to work and closer to my home, I am going to continue to watch you all and admire the work you continue to do here. Some of the work that Monmouthshire does is absolutely incredible, and it's been such a pleasure to be a part of this organisation. I'm very grateful to have worked with incredible colleagues across the organisation through some very amazing times and some very significant challenges. A special thanks goes out to all of those frontline colleagues who work so hard every day to deliver the services that often mean so much to all the residents and the businesses across the county, and I've been so proud to lead those teams. Thank you. It's been an amazing experience. I have genuinely enjoyed every moment of my 6 years here. You will all hold a very special part in my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So we move on to item 4, to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 19th of September. Councillor Maybe.
Thank you. Just a small correction, please, Chair. On page 8, with regard to reporting on water quality, I believe I said I would I'd find a way to report regularly rather than quarterly, simply because it's be quite a burden on officers to ask for a quarterly report. This is actually built in now to the climate and nature strategy reporting as one of the themes, and we will report in full annually on that. But within the climate and nature steering group, we'll have an interim 6-monthly highlights and exceptions report. We do have representation from all the political groups at that steering group, but others are most welcome to join. So I hope that's acceptable. It's simply about efficiency that I was just wanting that slight correction. Thank you.
So your correction is that you agreed to report regularly?
Yeah.
And if there's no dissent, we can have that alteration made to the minutes. And with that alteration, are these minutes acceptable? I see no dissent. So those minutes with that alteration, correction, are accepted. That brings us to questions from the public. I'd like to invite Mr. David Cummings to address council. Would you like to come down to the chamber? Just to say, Mr. Cummings, I understand, has corralled a number of questions together. The Constitution allows 15 minutes for this item in its totality. I am prepared to offer a little leeway, but I would invite people to those people involved to be concise. Mr. Cummings.
Presentation by David Cummings, Chair of the Gateway to Wales Action Group, Monmouth. Thanks to Chair and Democratic Services for allowing this format this afternoon and so I can raise a number of issues regarding preferred strategy candidate site CS0270, now called HA4. I'm conscious what a mammoth task reviewing the RLDP will be this afternoon for councillors, and this format may speed things up. Thanks also to Monmouth residents who have given their time this afternoon to show their opposition to this proposal, but special thanks to John T. Pearce and Frank Behani for conducting detailed research and supplying expertise. On the desk in front of you, or on screen, you should have a list of questions and a comparison sheet showing an alternative site for our town and the reason behind choosing it. I will deal with reading the questions and the comparison at the end of this presentation. So Monmouth, a town nestling in the picturesque Lower Wye Valley, the birthplace of British tourism, with the Wye Tour of 1780, renowned for high educational standards of its state and private schools, and famous for its association with Charles Rolls, King Henry V, and an ancient gatehouse bridge. Now the bad bits. The town lacks a railway station in contrast to other preferred strategy sites which are close to one. It takes more than half an hour by car to reach a fully functioning hospital and half a day by public transport. We have shiny new electric buses that take an hour to reach Newport, but God forbid if you want to reach work at 9 a.m. as there is no 8 a.m. bus. The car reigns supreme as the only feasible means of transport. Two major events have badly hit our town, especially the retail sector. First, the COVID epidemic reduced footfall, and then we have suffered major roadwork disruption for nearly 2 years from Welsh Water pipe renewal, which has dissuaded people from visiting our town. That is not only shoppers, but also visitors. Partly as a result, we have 5 times as many empty shops and pubs as Abergavenny. To compound matters, Welsh Water and chicken farms have heavily polluted our precious river, and word has got around nationally and internationally about this. Welsh Water are also under 2 notices on our drinking water which comes from the Wye for smell and taste, but more seriously for cryptosporidium contamination. Due to a landslide which revealed serious issues with the hill that slopes onto the A40 at Leys Bends, we are faced with years of roadworks on this major artery for movement. So what's wrong with site HA4? A lot. The site is 2,000 metres from the town centre, 3,000 metres from the bus station, and 4,000 metres from the candidate sites chosen as employment land in the latest version of the RLDP. The route into the centre of Monmouth, where Hereford Road meets Dixon Road and Priory Street, makes the construction of an active travel route virtually impossible, and the public transport system is woeful. Sustenance say that shoppers on foot or by bicycle will not travel more than 800 metres to shop. This means that virtually all new residents from HA4 will access the town employment sites by car, thus increasing emissions and traffic at peak times at Dixon Roundabout. The lack of jobs in Monmouth and better opportunities in Newport, Bristol or Cardiff mean there will be much out-migration to work, thus breaking MCC's climate emergency commitments. The 50% private housing is likely to be taken by retired people moving from the home counties and a few lucky ones who can afford who have £100,000 per year family income who can afford the mortgage. The local housing market refreshed assessment indicates that 80% of those on the housing waiting list are single, and that about 4% are interested in shared equity, not the 17% proposed.
Mr. Cummings, sorry, yes. I'm sorry to interrupt. We're not picking you up on the camera, so people watching online. Can I invite you to sit next to the Vice Chair when you... I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think it might be more satisfactory for people and the... Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, okay. I'll start from the paragraph again, yeah? Yeah. Right, okay. The 50% private housing is likely taken by retired people moving from their home counties and a few lucky ones who have £100,000 per year family income who can afford the mortgage. The local housing market refreshed assessment indicates 80% of those on the housing waiting list are single, and that about 4% are interested in shared equity, not the 17% proposed. A review this week of the Indeed website indicated only 12 low-skilled jobs available in the town at £15 or less per hour. Hardly sufficient incentive to attract young people and change the county demographics from 25.9% of over 65-year-olds like me. We're also concerned that the number of houses could increase from 270 to 385, the maximum density the county permits. Phosphate discharge in the catchment area for this site is already exceeding permissible levels. Sustainable drainage systems do not take out all phosphates. The change to housing from grazing land will increase phosphate runoff. The discharge will enter the River Wye upstream of where our drinking water is extracted from. HA4 is located at the gateway to Wales in a highly visible location from the Wye Valley AOMB and close to the site of an ancient monument. This is prime farmland used for grazing by the greater horseshoe bats of Newton Court, a major roost and SSI. They use these fields for catching dung beetles. The Environment Wales Act 2016 says that public bodies must seek to maintain and enhance biodiversity. The site and Dixon Road are prone to flooding, the worst of which made the road temporarily impassable in 2014. Pollution levels are high at Dixon Roundabout and at the traffic lights by Haberdashers School. A further 405 cars will increase levels of nitrogen dioxide and PM2.5 particulates. This means that forever, new housing estates built in Monmouth will increase the likelihood that the county as a whole will not meet its zero emission goals. Also, please note that the developer's website clearly states that zero emission houses will not happen until 2050, not 2033. Please don't forget this is not the only proposed development site for Monmouth, with Druin Farm, land north of Rockfield Road and Tudor Road, Wisham already in the planning process, with 220 houses to be built by 2030. We're not against housing, and especially social housing in the right place. Remember the words of Keir Starmer at the last Labour Party conference: we will build good houses where there are good jobs and good infrastructure. Monmouth has neither well-paid jobs or good infrastructure. We cannot find one single positive from site HA4 being developed. Our group has expended a huge amount of effort over the last 12 months explaining to MCC why our town does not need this development, but the RLDP juggernaut has not been deflected in its course. What are we to do? The only option at this moment, at this 11th hour before the deposit plan comes out, is to suggest an alternative site in the town with less major issues for consideration during the public consultation process, which begins on 4th of November. Please see the list of questions and the comparison sheet as I read out the questions, and you will see that they relate to the red items in the left-hand column relevant to HA4 and the far fewer problems with CS0274 on the right. Questions. Monmouthshire has set permissible nitrogen dioxide levels at 4 times the levels recommended by the WHO. Why has MCC chosen a site close to the A40 to build houses where the extra emissions from new cars will further break those WHO levels and also create more PM2.5 particulates? The catchment area in which HA4 is located has phosphate levels exceeding the maximum permitted. Why has MCC chosen a site where runoff will increase those levels and further pollute the Wye, just above where our drinking water for our town is extracted? Site HA4 is primarily grade 2 prime agricultural land. MCC is bound to use the lowest grade agricultural land first. Why has it not chosen a site with poorer quality agricultural land? This site is close to the Wye Valley AOMB and is the gateway to Wales. Why have MCC chosen a site that, if developed, despoils and changes a view that has not changed for visitors since the Wye tour of 1782? We ask what assessment has been undertaken of the impact of the additional traffic exiting this site, either for access to work by the A40 or into the town. In view of the many issues with the site.
I'm sorry. Councillor Watts, could you mute your mic, please?
Yeah. Okay, last question. Okay. In view of the many issues this site HA4, should not an alternative site be chosen for Monmouth such as CS0274 off Honnestow Road, which has far fewer issues? Can the council agree to consider this option during the deposit plan consultation process? Thank you, and I look forward to your support on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Cummings. I'd like to invite Councillor Griffiths to respond.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks very much, Mr Cummings. I've had the opportunity to be with Mr Cummings at public meetings in Monmouth, and we had a very purposeful exchange at the Scrutiny Committee, but I thank him again for raising those points today. My task is not to respond to the full presentation, but only to the questions set. The first question related to air quality levels around the proposed site at Leesbrook. Environmental health officers monitor air quality across the county. The evidence is that this site has permissible air quality levels according to nationally set standards. The evidence has not led to this area being an air quality management area. There are 2 of those elsewhere in the county. Nevertheless, as a consequence of the strong points made at the Scrutiny Committee, I have asked that further testing of this site takes place during the public consultation if the Council agrees to proceed to that. In terms of issues relating to water quality, the Monmouth treatment works are benefiting from investment in strategic treatment work improvements, and that's taking place now. Once completed, that work will remove high levels of phosphate. All the new developments in Monmouthshire will require a sustainable drainage system to ensure that there is no increased runoff as a consequence of the development. Question relating to the quality of agricultural land. In Monmouth Town, the debate has been, and I've no doubt will continue to be during the consultation, about whether the future development should focus on the proposed Leesbrook site or on the Honnestow site. Leesbrook, this site, has a marginally lower agricultural quality than Honnestow. That is true, and that point... Sorry? No. Okay. Be considered during the public consultation. In terms of the position of the site, as you approach Monmouth from the north, the proposed development at Leesbrook is on a smaller scale than that agreed by the Council in 2020. The proposal has drawn further back from the hillside and provides a green corridor and a landscape buffer. The proposed development, I believe, will be seen as an extension of the existing settlement. There's a question relating to the traffic impact. The site promoter has submitted transport strategies and statements to evidence the impact of the development on the local area. A strategic transport assessment has been conducted by Transport of Wales, and this does not indicate significant impact consequential on the development itself. The last question relates to the selection as the proposed site of Leesbrook rather than an alternative site at Wanniston Road. Our assessment is that on balance, Leesbrook has advantages over Wannistow. But if during public consultation evidence emerges that there is a preference and more evidence which would favour Wannistow, then that evidence will be given detailed consideration. I hope that answers the questions. There were many more points in the presentation, and I think several of those will come out in the debate that's later in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Mr Cummings, you are entitled to ask a supplementary question, if you wish.
I'd like to thank Councillor Griffiths for giving us a possibility of considering this site during the CS0274 during the consultation process, which was one of our major objectives this afternoon. We don't agree that SUD systems take out all phosphates from our research. But I'm pleased that there's definitely a constructive dialogue been set. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Cummings. Councillor Griffiths, you do wish to respond to that?
No, I think, as Mr Cummings said, this discussion can and should continue throughout the consultation period.
Thank you. That closes that. Thank you, Mr Cummings. Thank you. This takes us to item 5, the report section, and the first item is the continuing to be the deposit replacement local development plan. So I would like to invite Councillor Griffiths to introduce this.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendation before us today is to endorse the proposals for a deposit replacement local development plan so that they can be put to a public consultation over a 6-week period between the 4th of November and the 16th of December. The results of that consultation will be reported back to the Council for agreement next summer when we ask members to submit the RLDP to Welsh Government. Only after the Inspector's public examination of the plan will this Council consider adopting the RLDP. The proposals before us today have been long in gestation, 6 years or more, various cul-de-sacs and reversals. I want to commend and thank, on behalf of the Council, the small team of planning officers who've worked with us through this period. Overwhelmingly, the 85,000 hectares of our beautiful county are undeveloped and will remain undeveloped if these proposals are approved. The plan protects all the land which is not allocated for development. This plan is as much a local protection plan as it is a local development plan. It offers special protection for the green wedges between Abergavenny and Banefachiniog National Park. It offers special protection for identified areas of amenity importance. In total, in these proposals, 110 hectares are proposed for development over 15 years, 0.1% of the county, 1 hectare out of every 1,000. The plan derives from the economic analysis which underpinned our economic strategy, a strategy which showed that growth and investment is currently held back by a lack of labour and a lack of land. Over 99% of business premises in the county are currently occupied. Therefore, the plan provides 48 hectares of employment land. This does include 23 hectares in the Mega and Undy area rolled forward from the previous plan. We are keen to distribute economic activity to the north of the county, hence the allocations in Raglan, Monmouth and Abergavenny. I want next to refer to our people. The county of Monmouthshire is at a crossroads. If we continue on present trends, the county will slide into being a wholly unsustainable retirement settlement. Unless we attract a younger population, our schools will continue to suffer from falling rolls, falling revenues. In the last census period, 2011 to 21, our school-age population declined by 7%. Unless we attract a younger population, our businesses will leave the county because of a lack of labour. In the last census period, there was a 4% decline in our working age population, and without intervention, that will accelerate. In contrast, our retirement age population has grown rapidly, 26% growth in the last census period. This demographic balance is unsustainable. The public services and local businesses necessary to sustain the older population are suffering from a lack of labour. Can a local development plan change these trends? Well, it can if it's designed well, but in the past, planning of Monmouthshire has served only to exacerbate the trend to an older population. We've been led by the supply of market housing all too often. Large 4-5 bed houses selling to people approaching retirement, bringing their equity from the cities into our county. This plan will do the opposite. We have insisted that no site is included for residential development unless the site promoter has already shown that 50% affordable housing can be delivered. It's not wishful thinking. It's not a target to be negotiated in the future. Every site included in these proposals, the promoter has already submitted a financial appraisal for achieving 50% affordable housing, and this financial appraisal has been independently assessed and verified. The Scrutiny Committee rightly asked what is meant by affordable housing. The answer is that we have used the data from our local housing market assessment, which shows that 50% of our population cannot afford market housing. If you define affordable housing as 80% of its market value, our data shows that 33% of the population cannot afford affordable market housing. Therefore, we have concluded and we are proposing that 33% of the new housing must be social housing for rent. 17% will be intermediate, shared equity, low-cost home ownership. The proposed plan also specifies that the market housing must be diverse. We will no longer accept developments which are wholly large-scale 4-5 bedroom homes. Listening to our councillors in Usk and Devorden, I have learned that our marketing of low-cost ownership is not good enough. We will change it in the future. We will ensure that we don't just use the housing register. We'll be using social media, the likes of Rightmove, to market low-cost home ownership. Because the plan is led by the need for affordable homes, we are reducing substantially the scale previously proposed for development. In 2020, this council approved proposals for 3,500 additional homes. This plan today includes just 2,000 additional homes, but it is led by the supply of affordable homes. The plan is bold in ensuring that environmental sustainability of new housing, because 100% of the new housing will be net zero carbon. Each home will produce through PV panels as much energy as it consumes to provide heating, lighting and hot water. We will design the sites to maximise solar gain. Our proposals are environmentally and socially sustainable in our requirement that the new housing is integrated into existing towns. We've forsaken the option of new towns. We integrate to existing towns with local amenities within walking distance. Council members will want to discuss each individual site, and so they should. The Abergavenny site proposes an exciting extension to the town, but it is separated by the 465 and the railway line. We're in continued work with the promoter, the Design Commission, Network Rail, the Trunk Road Agency, Transport for Wales, and as a result of that, I'm confident that we will have safe, innovative walking routes into town and to the train station. The largest proposed site is in the ward of Port Skewett, to the east of Caldicot. It is linked to Caldicot Town Centre by the parkland of Caldicot Castle, which will be entirely undeveloped. The Castle parkland will be the attractive green core of the town that links the new homes to what will become an ever more vibrant town centre. The Monmouth site, and Mr Cummings reminded us of the issues relating to that site earlier. The proposed site is close to the leisure centre, it is close to the comprehensive school, it is no more than a 15-minute walk to the town centre. But it did attract the most attention in the scrutiny committee, and I've said that we will undertake a fuller air quality assessment. There is the suggestion made earlier that the development is switched to another site, referred to as the Wanstow site. We will consider the response to that suggestion during the public consultation. Appendix 8 sets out the infrastructure requirements associated with each site, specifies how they will be put in place. But there is a larger concern. The infrastructure legacy from previous generations in the whole county is inadequate. Monmouth Town lacks physical connectivity. Chepstow is a congested confluence of traffic from all directions. The pressure on healthcare continues to grow. 2,000 new homes over 50 years will not in themselves create the infrastructure pressures. They are there already. And we can't expect developers to solve all these issues. Our transport strategy sets out our objectives, and there is some progress. In the next year, there will be more frequent trains and lower fares. We will have plans for improvement at High Beach Roundabout, and the Welsh Government has asked the City region to bring forward proposals for better use of the M48. Councillors have asked whether our requirements for affordable, zero-carbon homes squeeze out developer contributions. Appendix 8 gives information on those contributions which will be required. For example, the Monmouth site requires from the developer 675,000 contribution to public transport, 835,000 contribution to local schools. These figures are comparable to contributions from previous developments. So in conclusion, we have a vision of vibrant towns and villages with a younger population supporting successful businesses, innovative public services. We have a vision for affordable homes for all who need them. 50% affordable homes are first in Wales. We have a vision for the protection and enhancement of our environment. We have a vision of 100% zero carbon homes, a first in Wales. We have a vision of people being able to walk to their local amenities. So let's ask the people in a public consultation whether this plan delivers their vision rather than mine. Their vision is important for the future. I am recommending that we endorse this plan to allow a public consultation. Let's let the people of Monmouthshire have their say.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. I see hands up in the chat. Councillor Crook, there were two boxes inviting people to put their hands up, and I see you were in the first. I'm assuming you'd like to speak. Councillor Crook.
Thank you, Chair. As the Cabinet Member has rightly stated previously and today, we urgently need to attract young people to live, work and raise their families in Monmouthshire. While our county boasts many wonderful attributes, we must plan for the future. Unfortunately, these houses have long been unaffordable, with decades of building large detached homes on new estates, pricing out many ordinary working families. In the ward I represent with Councillor Sandals, which is Mega East with Undy, we have witnessed the erosion of nearly all of our green open spaces due to the previous local development plan, which was approved by the former administration. Shockingly, these developments were agreed years ago and are still ongoing, with many more homes yet to be built, often without proper consideration to social or affordable housing. However, this new local development plan offers a fresh direction. We're pleased that it includes a firm commitment. More large-scale housing developments will be built in. No more large housing developments will be built in Mega and Undy. A decision that we know will be welcomed by our residents, who have long complained against the disruption to their daily lives, especially with regard to any increase or improvement to any local infrastructure. Moreover, all new homes planned under this new RLDP will be 100% zero carbon, and 50% of them will be affordable. This is an achievement, is a testament to the hard work and dedication of Councillor Griffiths and our officers, who have negotiated these terms with great skills. We are proud to support this RLDP and what it stands for: responsibility, sustainability, growth for the Monmouthshire future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Firstly, thank you to officers for the amount of work they have put into this plan, which must be difficult and very frustrating at times. Unfortunately, little has changed since we last discussed the RLDP in this council term, other than what sites we are discussing. The main issues for me, as a representative for Chepstow, haven't changed, and the major concerns for residents of Chepstow remain the same, and this council has done nothing to alleviate these concerns, and this is the third time we have discussed this topic at full council during the term of this administration. No one can realistically argue against the need for housing, and residents are sympathetic to this. However, this council is not being realistic about the impact their proposed plans will have on Chepstow. A 146-home residential area, a hotel, a residential care home, and a neighbourhood hub directly next to High Beach Roundabout sounds like complete madness. Imagine the level of extra vehicle activity in an area that is renowned for being a living nightmare for drivers and pedestrians and pollution hotspot in South Wales. Most of my residents say, what are they thinking of? Some of my residents watched your presentation, Councillor Griffiths, at the Place Scrutiny Committee, and they take no comfort in your analysis that most of our travel is local. And I'm sorry to inform Councillor Griffiths that not everyone is retired and sitting at home. Monmouthshire is a large, active county. Not many can get away without having a vehicle of some sort. And not many have the comfort of walking to work to one of the wonderful local coffee houses or shops of Chepstow. At this particular meeting, you mention of the challenges, as you put it, of High Beach Roundabout, and although it is good that you also mention there will need to be a safe walking route in place before any development actually takes place, your only reference to the traffic issues and constant congestion at High Beach is the fact that yet another study has been commissioned. You will be aware that this kind of study is largely seen by residents as an administration stalling the taking of action yet again. And as far as I'm aware, there have already been 2 High Beach studies. I mean, what significant change has there been since the reports were published? And that's in addition to the other transport appraisal work that has already been carried out over the years and would hopefully have an impact on alleviating congestion in and around Chepstow. If only someone had the will to see these through rather than agree to yet another review. Both this administration and Welsh Government know what the issues are, and the solution is already known, but perhaps they just don't like the results of the reviews to date. We all know that we really need to get on with it and deliver for residents. Now, we could talk more about the local school you gave as an example. I think it was Pembroke School in that committee that you kindly walked to in order to prove this within easy walking distance, assuming that parents would be comfortable with their children walking alongside one of South Wales' most busy and polluted roads. That school is nearly up to full capacity already. And let's not even mention how difficult it has become to get a GP appointment in Chepstow and the national scandal that is NHS dentistry. Although I have to admit that I cannot lay blame at your door for the poor infrastructure and public services, but just wanting to state the situation that Chepstow residents already find themselves in, as you would be well aware. So much can be said about various aspects of this plan for the whole of Monmouthshire. I know that others will focus on them, especially as this ambitious plan seeks or seems undeliverable in many ways. At times, it looks like a Christmas wish list before a parent gets their pen out to cross out items that are simply a wish and financially unrealistic or impractical. I can't help but feel that whatever will be eventually delivered will not look anything like what is proposed. This is a revised replacement local development plan, and it's quite obvious that constructive contributions from the last public consultation, which I encourage my residents to contribute to, have not been taken into account and taken more seriously, namely the traffic congestion issues that my residents feel so strongly about. As I've personally decided to concentrate on infrastructure, I believe that these infrastructure requirements should be put in place in relation to any proposed new building development and from the outset. This plan shouldn't be just about repeating taglines for the welcoming ears of civil servants and officers. It should also be outlining how you will be addressing the main issues that concern worried residents, especially when other Chepstow developments in recent years have proven that residents have good reason to be worried. I understand there were recommendations to make improvements to High Beach at the time of building the Fairfield Maybe site. Over 300 houses and only one way in, one way out of the development, which was kicked into touch by Welsh Government. Because of this, Chepstow has suffered further. There seems to be a hopeless assumption that Welsh Government will carry out improvements after this further review. That in itself doesn't inspire any confidence to residents or even Labour members of this council, I imagine. There was an excellent suggestion by Councillor Brown, the Place Committee, that a contingency plan should be put in place for guaranteed High Beach improvements if such an RLDP is to be approved at some future date. And I do hope that this is a recommendation that you will fully take on board. I think residents of Chepstow will need to be convinced that these requirements will be in place prior to any development work, not as a hopeful afterthought decades down the line. As previously outlined, Chepstow has already contributed a significant number of new homes to the county in this revised plan period through a large development site at the former shipyard that I mentioned earlier. The impact of these new homes is already being felt and can only increase congestion, pollution and demand on already overstretched services while reducing health, well-being and natural amenity. It is unreasonable to expect a town that is already under such strain to further yield prime agricultural land and protected landscape to add to its existing environmental problems. Now, I appreciate that this will now move to a public consultation, if passed today. However, I have to be consistent and stand up for residents of Chepstow, as I have done from the outset. This plan is flawed and will cause further disruption in Chepstow until there is improved infrastructure. So please, let's have some progress in improving the infrastructure first, and let's talk about making the situation in Chepstow worse. So in short, and to close, I'm not against house building in general. However, there's a great need to stand up for residents in Chepstow in my case, and that house building needs to be in the right location and a significant investment made beforehand to the infrastructure of the town. The plan as it stands for Chepstow is not in the best interests of the residents of Chepstow, and because of this, I've decided to vote against the current plan. Thank you for your time, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howells.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths, for the presentation. I would also like to express my appreciation to all the staff and officers who have contributed to the development of the RLDP. As with other wards, there has been considerable concern in Usk and Llanbarrack regarding the existing infrastructure and sustainability of the sites identified in the deposit stage. In Usk and Little Mill, myself and Councillor Keir have attended 2 public meetings. Additionally, I have conducted a survey in both Little Mill and Usk to gather local opinions, the outcomes of which I have shared widely in the community. In total, 195 residents responded over the past 2 weeks. USK saw a higher level of engagement with 151 responses. Interestingly, 50% supported a 40-home development provided the infrastructure could sustain it, while 45% opposed it. In Little Mill, where the proposal is for 20 new homes, 44 residents responded, with 3/4 opposed and 1/4 in favour. While this represents only a small portion of our ward, I believe the responses is significant enough to warrant consideration of our residents' views through consultation. There are several key concerns that need to be addressed. In May last year, USK experienced the rare, however severe flooding in the Birmingham Gate area, which is adjacent to the proposed site. Residents are understandably worried about how further development could exacerbate flooding issues. What plans are in place to mitigate the risk of flooding, and how will the existing drainage issues along Monmouth Road be addressed? There have been reports of phosphate runoff from surrounding fields contaminating surface water, leading us to the question of what measures are being proposed to prevent this from continuing. USK is poorly connected in terms of sustainable travel. While there have been improvements on our bus services recently, more needs to be done, particularly with evening services to connect the local rail links and other towns. The USK Trail Access Group has long advocated the reopening of the old Little Mill railway line as a cycle route, which would improve connectivity to the newly upgraded New Inn train station and, of course, the canal system. How will the RLDP support this initiative? What assurances can we give the local people will be prioritised in the allocation of affordable homes? Our GP practice, while having clinical capacity, requires expansion to accommodate more consultation rooms. Will there be support within the RLDP to help meet this growing demand? And finally, concerns have been raised regarding the protection of our natural environment and wildlife habitat in this area. Contrary to this, there has also been pressing issues that highlight the need for new developments. USK has limited affordable housing for key workers, such as emergency service staff, healthcare workers and teachers, leading to a lack of young professionals living in the town. Elderly couples are struggling to downsize due to lack of suitable smaller properties. There is a shortage of care staff, particularly because potential workers cannot find affordable housing in the area. The local primary school is predicting a decline in pupil intake over the next 4 years, which could reduce its funding. Census data shows that between 2011 and 2021, USK's population decreased by 205 residents, while the over 65 population increased by 152 people, or 22%. This trend is not sustainable. USK's housing market tends to attract older residents looking to retire. However, increasing the supply of affordable housing could help attract young people and rebalance that demographic. I've also spoken to residents who are concerned that their children will be unable to afford to live in USK when they want to start families, potentially forcing them to move away. It's clear that young people do want to stay in USK, but the lack of affordable housing is a barrier. Bringing these younger residents into the town will help boost our local economy. While there are valid concerns with the RLDP, I believe it is crucial to consult our residents so that these issues can be addressed and, if necessary, the plan amended. I favour supporting moving forward with a statutory consultation with communities and key stakeholders. However, it should be noted I will be listening closely to the upcoming discussions before making my final decision. Thank you for all giving me your attention. Diolch pawb.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Chairman. Mine is going to be very brief. Before any of these houses can be developed, we've got to do something about the facilities. Those facilities, especially dealing with household waste and bathroom waste, must be dealt with before we can start even to building one house, which will put even more pressures on our facilities, which are at full capacity at the moment. Please think about this before you start building the houses. Don't put the cart before the horse. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dimmock.
Thank you, Chair. And can I just say thank you to Mr Cummins for attending and speaking on this item. And I'd also like to thank residents across the county who've taken their time to express their concerns with contents of this report via email or by contacting me via phone. Just for members of the public in the gallery and those watching online, I'm Councillor Lisa Dimmock for Portskewett Ward. And I know I'm going to sound like a broken record from previous meetings, so I'll apologise for this now. But I must declare my strong opposition to the recommendations for the development of Portskewett. The site referred to throughout these reports is Caldicot East under the replacement local development plan. Although I am very grateful to Councillor Griffiths for recognising Portskewett in his introduction today. I recognise the importance of planning for the future growth and development of our county. The recommendations for this area that are currently proposed raise serious concern and need to be addressed before any further actions are taken. First and foremost, the proposed development threatens to overwhelm the existing and struggling infrastructure, or maybe I should say lack of, in Portskewett and Caldicot. The RLDP outlines significant growth in residential housing with new allocations aimed at meeting the county's new demand for housing. However, the infrastructure necessary to support such a significant increase in population is severely lacking. Current transportation networks, particularly the local road systems, are already under considerable strain at both ends of the south of the county. The B4245 from Portskewett to Mega, and obviously Chepstow High Beach roundabout, as we have heard already. The additional pressures from new development would exacerbate this issue, leading to increased congestion and a decline in the quality of life for existing residents, which we must consider, and new residents. The public transportation is another key concern. Portskewett, Leachpool, Crick and Caldicot is currently underserved in terms of reliable public transport links, with limited access to bus services and infrequent rail. Caldicot train station is not used due to its poor timetable and isolated location. As a woman, it is not somewhere I would go to catch a train. The RLDP does not present a comprehensive plan to address this shortfall, and without significant investment in public transport and infrastructure from Welsh Government and UK Government, the new developments will likely result in greater reliance on private cars, further contributing to the traffic congestion and undermining efforts to promote sustainable transport options. We have to acknowledge that many of our residents travel to work, and we must create a plan that works for us all, not punish them. Moreover, the environmental impact of the proposed development cannot be ignored. The candidate sites assessment reveals that several areas earmarked for the development in Portskewett are of ecological significance, home to valuable inhabitants and biodiversity. The RLDP recognises the needs to address climate and nature emergency, but the proposed development in Portskewett seems to contradict this goal. Large-scale development on a greenfield site will disrupt local ecosystems and contribute to the loss of biodiversity and undermine efforts to combat climate change. Additionally, concerns about flood management must be taken seriously and not brushed off like it has been. The Integrated Sustainability Appraisal acknowledges that parts of the proposed development areas are at risk of flooding. As we can see, and this is on a good day or good week, this is the amount of flooding that is there on a daily basis around that site. However, there is insufficient detail in the plan about how these solutions will be implemented and maintained in the long term without robust flood defences and clear strategies for managing increased water runoff from new developments. Crick and Caldicot could face significant flood risk, posing danger to both new and existing homes. We saw the flood maps in the area increase, I think it was back in 2021-2022, so this will inevitably only grow again with a large-scale housing development. Another critical issue is the lack of social and community infrastructure to support the necessary population increase. Schools in the area are already operating at a near capacity, and the local healthcare system is similarly overstretched. The RLDP makes vague commitments providing additional services, but there's no concrete plans or guarantee these facilities will be in place. In terms of housing, where there is undoubtedly a need for affordable homes in Monmouthshire, the scale and type of housing proposed for Portskewett may not address the real needs of the community. The RLDP focuses on large-scale developments, risk creating uniformed high-density housing estates that are disconnected from the surrounding community and lack adequate green infrastructure and social amenities. They are soulless and lack a sense of place. What Portskewett and Caldicot needs are well-planned, sustainable developments that integrate with the existing urban fabric and a mix of semi-rural villages and enhance the local character and provide genuinely affordable housing options for local people. Parts of this means working in collaboration with community councils who are eager to create a place plan. Furthermore, the proposed development strategy for Portskewett seems to prioritise short-term growth targets over a long-term sustainability. The RLDP's growth strategy, which aims to attract younger residents to address the county's demographic imbalance, is commendable in theory, but in practice it risks creating dormitory towns with little local employment, leading to increased commuting environments and degradation. The lack of employment opportunities in the immediate vicinity means that many of the local residents will need to travel outside of work, further exacerbating the traffic issues we've heard about from Councillor Edwards today and undermining the efforts to promote local development. We cannot brush over this, and it needs to be addressed in the Council's approach. In addition to the broader concerns surrounding the proposed development for Portskewett, I want to address the issue of the proposed Gypsy and Travellers site, which raises a number of significant concerns that must be carefully considered rather than ignored, as we saw after the recent call-in that took place. Firstly, while the provision of Gypsy and Traveller site is a legal and moral obligation, ensuring adequate housing for all members of the community, the location and context of the sites must be chosen with great care. The proposed Gypsy and Traveller site for the small hamlet of Crick that sits at the edge of Portskewett may not be appropriate for several reasons, but similar to what I've outlined already, such as lack of infrastructure, community integration, and the necessary support for such a community. One of the pressing concerns is the site's proximity to existing infrastructure, or rather their lack of. In addition, the environmental sustainability of the proposed site raises serious concerns. As I highlighted in recent meetings and as highlighted in the RLDP and supporting documents, parts of Crick and Caldicot are prone to flooding. The Gypsy and Traveller community's accommodation may include caravans and mobile homes, would be particularly vulnerable to flood risks. Without clear and reliable flood risk management plan, placing this community in such a location would expose them to unnecessary danger. This is a concern about whether the proposed site aligns with the broader objectives of the RLDP in terms of sustainability and placemaking. The plan emphasises the need for development and contribute to creating a cohesive, sustainable community. Yet the proposals for the Gypsy and Traveller site seems disconnected from these principles. It's a last-minute addition rather than a thoughtfully integrated part of the overall vision of the area. This could undermine the broader goals of the RLDP, particularly the aim of creating a balanced, inclusive and sustainable community. Whilst it's essential to provide suitable accommodation for the Gypsy and Traveller community, the proposed site in Crick is fraught with challenges, and these have not been adequately addressed. The lack of infrastructure, environmental risks, the potential social isolation, the risk of strained community relations all point to the need for a more thoughtful and strategic approach. I urge the Council to reconsider the location for this site and ensure that any future plans prioritise the need for both Gypsy and Traveller community.
You have a minute left.
Okay, the location and design of such site could be carefully considered to ensure that it fosters a mutual understanding and respect for all residents, not thrown in the RLDP at the 11th hour and bolted on to the biggest site proposed within 1 mile of two similar sites and one being underutilised and in poor condition. Instead of rushing ahead with these plans, we must take a step back and reconsider our approach. Residents, along with elected members like Councillor Edwards, have raised many concerns, and this council seems to want to push ahead regardless. We should prioritise smaller, more sustainable developments that enhance the character of our beautiful county, protect its natural environment, and ensure it's not just restricted to the castle grounds, and provide the infrastructure and services needed to support a vibrant and thriving community. The RL.
Thank you, Councillor. You've had your 10 minutes.
Revised to reflect these concerns. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted particularly to pick up on the points made within the presentation from the public questions around drinking water. I think it's entirely wrong, and I'm quite shocked by the sort of scaremongering, really, of trying to frighten people by suggesting that new housing would poison their drinking water. Reference was made specifically to phosphates, which do not poison your drinking water. They do upset the ecology of the river if in excess, but they're not dangerous to human health. In the Wye, 73% of the phosphates are in any case due to agricultural runoff, which is a much more difficult thing to control, particularly for us as a council, and only about 20% from wastewater treatment plant. That 20% is not nothing, however, which is why all of the Wye catchment was not included, all of the lower Wye catchment was not included in the original local development plan, apart from the bit that was tidal. And that included all of the possible sites in Monmouth, not just the Leesbrook one, which has been raised as a particular concern today. However, since then, Welsh Water had updated and brought forward their asset improvement plans, which include phosphate stripping, both in Abergavenny and in Monmouth. So I wanted to make that point because I think it was unfortunately giving people a false impression about danger to drinking water, which simply isn't true. In terms of the phosphates more generally and the ecological balance, we're very glad that Welsh Water have made these arrangements for Monmouth and Abergavenny, which will result in real betterment in that situation and has enabled us to actually include sites, candidate sites, as preferred sites in our development plan. So that was a particular issue. On the RLDP more broadly, I do understand people's concerns about health and school facilities and traffic in particular. It's a difficult one to answer with huge confidence because we're not in control of all of those issues. But I do think it's a real mistake for people to think in terms of that standing still, let's keep things just as they are, because that simply isn't realistic. In terms of schools, for example, I've learned that actually as your numbers of children fall, the chances are that you will lose school facilities over time. And you may well end up with a situation where children have to travel further for school or indeed for particular subjects as they get older. So it's not really that wise or that good for your community to think in terms of let's not have any more housing. I myself really don't want to see Monmouth become a retirement retreat. I'd like to see it with a healthy community and one with a really mixed demographic, which is how you enable that to happen. The other thing about that I've learned through this process is that if you don't have an LDP or you just have an out-of-date LDP, which is our current situation, that doesn't mean that you're not going to have any housing development. It just means that it's not really fitting a structured plan and it's not going to meet the very particular conditions that we've introduced. You might well end up with a repeat of the mistakes of previous years, which we're all living with now, which is only market housing built, unaffordable to people who are on any kind of a lower income, and often that includes a lot of the young local people growing up. And without any with the minimum levels of energy efficiency set by the building regs, which are not nearly as good as what we're asking for here, and without walking and cycling routes. And that's what we could end up with. So what we've tried to do is make sure that new developments will will have all of those benefits will be a real improvement. Because if you retrofit houses or walking and cycling routes, it's really difficult and expensive, as we've all found out. So it's not really an either or. Things can't stand still. And I think it would be really wrong to not be clear and honest about that with our residents, and not to let them look at these plans and have a really full consultation. I would be really shocked at the idea that people would vote against putting these out even for consultation and just saying, nope, we don't even want you to think about it. We want to stick with the open free-for-all that we have at the moment. Thank you.
Sorry, bear with me. Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the Planning Department. I know the huge amount of work that's gone into this, and it's many years of work, I understand that. I'm the County Councillor for Goitrevara, and I speak for the residents of Penplenny. First of all, I must say I do believe that Penplenny needs more housing. In particular, it needs more 1, 2 and 3 bedroom housing. We already have too many 4-bedroom houses with solo residents desperate to downsize. We have young people who have to move away to be able to afford to buy. We have other young people needing social housing. And I agree, any development must take into the needs of the existing residents. Now, there's much to commend the plan as was set out by Councillor Griffiths, and I do wish to commend the preferred site in Penplenny. The site identified in the plan does have vehicle access to the A4042 and provides a safe, active travel route to the school and the amenities of the village. It also has good access for the bus service. And I also think the scale of the preferred site is right for our village. However, I am not convinced that the 50% housing policy implicit in the plan is taking into account the needs of the residents of Penplenny. I'm concerned about the demographic balance of my village. I'm also concerned that the increase in percentage of social housing will have an impact ultimately on the quality of the housing that is actually built. When it comes down to it, once work begins and the unexpected issues are found, how realistic is it that 33% of the houses will be available for social rent? I'm also concerned that the loss of S106 funding in favour of social housing will have a negative impact on the provision of further local amenities. So on this grounds, I think this plan needs to be revised further. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Callard.
Thank you, Chair. I've lived in or around Abergavenny for pretty much all of my life. In that time, it's changed significantly. Being one of the younger members, I know other members in this chamber would have lived in the area longer than I have. But I remember when the Hillside Estate was being built, when Safeway was built, and when Cooper's Way was Cooper's Filters. I also remember when the A465 was being dualled between the Hardwick and Glanbiden roundabouts. It seems like a lifetime ago, and I can't quite believe that that project still isn't finished. I know that change can be difficult. I speak to people in my ward when they have genuine concerns about local development. But I also remember when their houses were being built and the genuine concerns that other residents had about that development at that time. I've heard in this chamber today and previously that everyone wants house building, but just not that house building or this house building. I think we just heard a very clear example from Councillor Butler, who mentioned that they were happy with the place the houses were, believed their houses, the village which they represent needed more houses and needed more social housing, but didn't think somehow that the proportions were quite right. And I wonder if a plan would ever exist that would please everybody. But Stasis is also not a solution. Abergavenny is lucky to have a thriving high street, but businesses have had to close due to a lack of staff. I also have friends that want to come and live in the area, but they can't because of the lack of available affordable housing. We need to see a sustainable future for our communities, one which reacts to our changing demographics, one which keeps our local schools full, and one which keeps our high streets busy when so much of our shopping is now done online, and also one which supports our goals to reach net zero. Today, we're being asked to send this plan out for consultation, to seek and receive feedback from our residents that should strengthen the plan before us. I'm pleased that this is an ambitious plan. It should provide houses that are built to the highest standards and have net zero carbon emissions in their operation. I want to see our towns thrive, and I want to see them grow, and I hope you can all support this policy today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bromfield.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Councillor Griffiths for the presentation and to officers for the enormous amount of work that has gone into the replacement local development plan. I still have several concerns with the RLDP as it stands, and I will not be supporting this going to public consultation, as I feel there is still much work to do to alleviate what I see as major issues. Firstly, I feel that 50% affordable housing is completely unattainable. Developers would have to significantly raise the prices of housing on the open market to compensate for the level of affordable housing, thus making Monmouthshire an even more expensive place to live. I also have major concerns that Section 106 financial contributions will only go towards the affordable housing units. So there will be no financial contributions towards local infrastructure, as we have seen with a recent application that was approved in Planning Committee in Little Mill that desperately needed Section 106 to enhance that area. My main concern, however, is with Welsh Water. I would ask the Cabinet Member what conversations have taken place with Welsh Water during the process of identifying land for development. As both Cabinet Members, Councillor Griffiths and Councillor Maybe, will be aware, Natural Resource Wales have consistently and consecutively downgraded Welsh Water for the last 2 years. It has also been brought to my attention recently that residents in Monmouth are currently under 2 notices for the quality of their drinking water. So I have to disagree with Councillor Maybe's comments on the quality of drinking water. A notice from Nicholas Ajay, the Deputy Chief Inspector, was sent in October 2023 stating there is a significant risk of supplying water from Monmouth Treatment Works and Court Farm Treatment Works that could constitute a potential danger to human health. That's literally what the notice says. It is my understanding that this will not be rectified until 2028. With this in mind, I have to ask why we would even consider development in this area of Monmouth, and that isn't even taking into account the recent flooding that Monmouth has endured. It is my opinion that Welsh Water cannot cope with the development already in place. So I cannot understand why we would propose further developments. So can the Cabinet Member please inform Council today or in writing later any evidence of how Welsh Water will improve systems already in place to cope with an increase in developments? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to call the next contributor, after which I'm going to call a break if anyone's getting nervous. Councillor Garrick.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address some of the comments made about Caldecott East. I'm not sure that we live in the same areas as councillors. There was a comment on the train station that Councillor Dimmock felt she couldn't use because of her gender. I'm also a woman. I use that train station and other local train stations regularly to commute alone. There's just no issue there at all. She also mentioned school capacities, and as one of the local governors in one of the local primary schools, I'm aware that there's an issue with falling applications in the area due to mostly falling birth rates. We're also aware that the local comprehensive school was built with additional capacity to allow for expansion as part of the Welsh Government's 21st Schools programme. The reality is we're seeing young generations move away from our area because that's the only way they can afford to have their own homes. In terms of our area in Caldecott, this should be largely unnecessary. It's an area that's situated with a reasonable sized population and is actually a commuting hub for several major cities, both in Wales and across the border. So it is house prices that are keeping people away. And if we keep forcing younger generations to move away and out of our county, we are going to continue to stifle the economic development that has been referenced several times in this debate. It's essential that we have homes in our county that fit our population sustainably. Yeah, I have residents who are asking for more sociable and affordable housing because of this. And I have to commend the Cabinet member for bringing this RDLP and the radical approach that it adds to providing affordable and social homes in it. So thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. It's very nearly past, which would be an hour and a half into this meeting. So I propose, I'm just going to check the clock. Yes. I propose that we reconvene, have a short break and reconvene at 20 to 4, 22, which will give everyone a chance to refresh. Thank you. hope everybody's back in the room. We can recommence. Everyone back online? I see happy faces. I'm going to invite Councillor Buckler to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Griffiths paints a bleak future for us if we don't build houses in great numbers, citing a kind of decay that Monmouthshire will buckle under the weight of. With the promise of a great deal more houses being built in our existing settlements lies a great responsibility to get it right. We want to encourage our young people to live and work in Monmouthshire, of course we do, but the pressure on our existing infrastructure in a rural county is paramount to the plans, and there is no detail on these developments. Pressure from new builds around Abergavenny, for instance, has had a detrimental effect on the capacity of local doctors' surgeries, with long waiting times for appointments causing much concern. It is wrong to ask us to vote on a vague reassurance. School places, dentistry and other healthcare provision is not something that we can kick into the long grass. It is something that we must consider first. I have a particular interest in rural developments, which is at the heart of enabling young people to remain in their rural roots. There have been instances of small rural developments in Monmouthshire, albeit in the National Park, that have been given permission with the proviso of affordable housing, only for the 4 to 5 bedroom houses being built first, then the developer coming back to say they cannot afford to build the affordable housing element and request a change to the planning permission granted. All too late, and I dare say foreseeable. We have to be very careful what we wish for. Rural developments in places like Devorden have to be done with a care to the outstanding natural beauty of our county, the existing settlement and the infrastructure that exists. There is a great deal to admire in the recent development, formerly known as the Fallows and now as Cumvega. However, there have been problems with the road layout, the loss of access to existing residents, and the arbitrary renaming of Well Lane to Cumvega Lane, to the distress of the residents on Well Lane. There are also concerns regarding the more frequent emptying of the sewage, with the large tankers used being of particular worry. It gives little confidence when we are told that Welsh Water are on the case and this will all be improved. Try telling that to the residents of Devorden. There have been, as Councillor Griffiths alluded to, problems with local people trying to access the affordable housing stock, and this needs to be right, not just approximately right. The worry of the lack of decent infrastructure is paramount concern, and there is no way that Monmouthshire, which has more miles of country roads than any other county in Wales, will get a bus or rail service that will mean that we can abandon our cars. And with such a huge increase in house building, this pressure on our roads will only increase. Labour councillors talk of shock that we are questioning this RDLP. Well, we have been listening to our residents and make no apology for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chandler.
Yeah, thanks, you, Chair. I suppose I was trying to think about perspective that I'm bringing to this. I represent Llantyre Cresceni ward, which doesn't have any strategic sites in it from the RLDP, so in many ways my ward is not directly affected. But in representing that ward, I'm also very conscious of the fact that there are a lot of elderly people that live in that ward who either currently need or will need at some point in the future care, domiciliary care in their home. And that brings me to the other hat that I wear, which is as Cabinet Member for Social Care. And it is one of the challenging things that we find is finding workers who can work in social care. And it has an impact in terms of that availability of care, that there are actually very few people that are able to live in our county to provide that care. So many of them actually commute across the border from Caerphilly, from Cwmbran, and from Newport. And that presents challenges, particularly in the central part of Monmouthshire, where Llantyre Cresceni and Monmouth itself is. So from that regard, regard for the residents in my ward and for my portfolio responsibilities in social care, I really support the ambition in this plan to have more affordable housing, and that ambition of 50% affordable housing, of which a large proportion for social rent and a large proportion for shared ownership, I think is something commendable and something that will make a huge difference to the lives of people in my ward and across the county. And I also speak in that regard as a parent of 3 teenagers who are soon going to be going off, or one's already just left higher education, and at some point I want them to have the choice of being able to come back, either singly after they've finished their education, or a little bit later on with the families to bring up their own children in this ward. And I know that's an ambition that they would share. I don't want that choice taken away from them because there isn't the affordable housing in this county that they can have. So I really strongly support the ambition of this, and this is hugely ambitious compared with other development plans across Wales to have this level of affordable housing, and it's a game changer. Of course, the other hat that I wear is a Green Party councillor, a Green Party member, and so I'm also looking at both the environmental impact and the social impact of this. And certainly, as I've already mentioned, with affordable homes, there's a huge social justice imperative in this, in terms of making sure that the poorest in our society, not just the youngest, but the poorest, also have somewhere to live, that we can have a more diverse society, a stronger society, a more vibrant society, and particularly that our town centres become more vibrant because they've got more residents around in local areas. But from an environmental perspective, I also really commend this plan, because not just that commitment that 100% of all the strategic housing developments, the houses, will be net zero carbon is hugely important to me, and I would not want to lose that ambition in our development plan. But also the placemaking aspect of it is that where those strategic sites are placed, that they are placed in proximity to our existing town centres. So we're not setting up new commuting zones where people are, as we have had in the past development plan, where we've had housing estates built pretty much in the middle of nowhere where people have to drive into town. These are going to be very different to that. And I think that environmental aspect, in terms of the location of the developments, the type of housing that is required, is going to have a huge environmental benefits to us, as well as those social benefits. I'm really struck by, in the 2.5 years that I've been sitting in this council, by the amount of engagement that has gone on with elected members in the development of this plan. As you know, we had a previous plan that was developed by the previous administration, which was had a much higher level of house building incorporated in it. So I do find some of the comments from some of the Conservative members talking about a huge increase in housing is a little bit bizarre, considering that their plan that they'd put forward was actually double the amount of housing that we're putting forward in this. But the amount of engagement we've gone through, members of the public may not be aware, but we have gone through so many workshops, so many briefings, so many opportunities to comment and to get this. There's not been a lack of consultation. I was surprised at comments saying things have been thrown in at the last minute or thrown together. This has been a long gestation, longer than you can imagine. There's also been lots of public engagement at various points, and I think now is the time. We have a plan to be able to take this out into the public and hear the public's views in a more formal and structured way, so that we can then refine the plan for its final version before we go forward. If we don't take this opportunity, then I think the gains that we've made, the ambition that we've made around the environmental impact of our development, around the social impact of our development, we stand the risk of real danger and risk of losing those ambitions and those benefits if we don't be able to take out this plan into public consultation now. So certainly I think you know, we are in a democracy. It is time to hear the views of our residents. We've had plenty of opportunity over the past 2 years for us as members to have our input. It's now time to hand over that responsibility to our residents. And I really hope that people will vote according to the conscience, according to the needs of the residents. And if they are representing the needs of their residents, then I don't see why any vote on this should be split down party lines, because that to me would demonstrate actually there is they're not following the needs of the residents, they're following their own party political whips and strictures. So please, I urge you to vote in favour of this. Let our residents have a proper say, and let's really try and push forward this ambition that we've got for environmentally friendly housing and socially just housing. It's what our county needs, it's what our residents need. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. And most of my issues were covered by Councillor Dimmock, so you'll be pleased to hear I shan't be repeating them. The thing that's really concerning me is this insistence on the 50% for affordable housing. Development issues always reduce the value of land or the Section 106 community benefit sums. I believe that 50% is desirable but unachievable in reality. In most sites, losing them. Developers will say okay, but come back later with issues. As Councillor Butler said, lots of examples of this. Sudbrook, 9% we got because of contamination. Mardy, with the electricity lines being undergrounded. Developers traditionally hit affordable allocations to compensate. So the insistence on 50% whatever is just not practical in real terms. The employment site in the countryside north of Port Skewett, not in my ward but very, very close to it, is not well placed in my opinion. Increased traffic movements, active travel issues, lack of links to public transport, speed of traffic at that site leading to issues with traffic turning because it's a difficult bend on a hump. In my opinion, there's better sites in the mega area, for example. There's far too many houses, from what I can see, on the proposed development east of Caldicot. There was going to be a requirement for a substantial number of houses being bought up by the MOD for the expansion of the Caerwent base. In reality, it doesn't look as if that's going to go ahead now, or if it does, it's going to be on a much reduced scale. So I don't think the number of houses proposed there is realistic. There is a site in my ward. I'm quite happy with it. It's a very good use of brownfield site. So, as I say, this plan is all very laudable. I think it's got some great ideas in it, but it's also got some serious flaws. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pavia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for affording me the opportunity to speak today on the Deposit Replacement Local Development Plan. As you would expect, I specifically want to focus on the proposed development on Mountain Road in Chepstow, near the much maligned High Beach roundabout. However, before I do, I just want to briefly comment on the overall plan. I think some very good points have been made this afternoon already about the overall viability of the deposit plan. And I'd probably echo Councillor Edwards' view that very little has changed since we debated the preferred strategy this time last year. The key underpinning principle of the strategic document is that we do need more good quality affordable homes in the county, and I don't believe you'll find disagreement on that point anywhere across the chamber. However, I think there's still significant question marks about the deliverability of the administration's aspiration about the 50-50 split, and I think a number of colleagues have echoed that today, and I'm still yet to be convinced that this is achievable. However, in terms of the Mountain Road proposal, I think it's this part of the plan that I and many of my residents have significant concerns about. I think first and foremost, the Mountain Road site is part of a vital green wedge in our community. It's a space that serves not only as an agricultural hub, but it's a key element of the landscape that makes Chepstow an attractive place to live and to visit. And developing this area would mean a significant loss of one of the few remaining greenfield sites in the area that many of my residents value for its beauty, its amenity, and its environmental importance. Moreover, the site also proposes significant risks to the heritage of the area, including the potential harm to St Lawrence House, a Grade 2 listed building. Such historical assets are irreplaceable. And we have already seen what inappropriate development has done to Grade 2 listed building in High Trees. It has harmed a historic location and it has impacted the character of the town. And it feels to me that the administration appears determined not to heed the lessons from that planning issue and potentially cause further lasting harm. In terms of traffic and congestion, as you can imagine, this is probably the biggest concern raised by my residents. Mountain Road feeds onto the already highly congested High Beach roundabout, the A48, the A466 and surrounding road network are at capacity, and my constituents are rightly worried that adding a significant number of new homes and commercial development at this location will only exacerbate the issue further. I heard what the Cabinet member said about making progress on improvements to High Beach, which I welcome. It is welcome that Welsh Government has finally realised there is a significant problem with High Beach. However, the previous administration were making real progress on making a case for a bypass. We completed 2 well-tagged stages and committed the authority with Gloucestershire County Council to fund stage 3. We all know that Chepstow suffers from severe congestion, and it's clear without a bypass or further crossing up the Severn estuary, further development will only make things worse. So the proposed development fails to adequately address these traffic concerns, leaving my residents to bear the brunt of additional vehicles clogging the roads. And it's not just the daily inconvenience that troubles them, and it is a 7-day-a-week issue now, not just working week, but 7-day-a-week. But the associated increase in pollution in the area, already on the edge of a air quality management zone. We cannot justify development that worsens air quality and diminishes quality of life without guaranteeing plans for mitigation. In terms of the infrastructure in Chepstow, the town is already struggling to cope with current demand. Like many places across the county, residents are facing long waits for appointments for local GP surgeries. NHS dental practices are as rare as gold crowns, and other key essential community services are under pressure. And there are genuine fears that without considerable mitigation, additional homes will stretch these services to beyond breaking point. Residents are telling me that this proposed development does not come with adequate provision for increased pressure. Does not come with adequate provision to deal with this increased pressure on valued public services. And lastly, Madam Chair, I must question why the Greenbelt land has been prioritised over more suitable brownfield sites in other parts of the county. Mountain Road site was previously rejected by the county council for very sound reasons which I think still stand today. These includes its high-grade agricultural land and its environmental and heritage value, which I think should be protected. So in conclusion, the proposed development on Mountain Road I believe is ill-conceived, environmentally damaging and unsustainable in terms of infrastructure and traffic, and that's why I cannot support taking this plan to the public for wider consultation. I think it needs further work. I heard what the Cabinet Member for Social Care, Councillor Chandler, just said about our proposed plan. I think it was very, very different. We were promoting a brand new settlement in the county, which would be very different from adding additional houses onto already strained towns and conurbations. So I just want to ensure that that is on the record. But I just want to leave colleagues with a quote from one of my residents who've just recently set out their concerns to me in an email. I am annoyed, as are many reasonable and informed Chepstow residents who would not be regarded as being of the NIMBY persuasion, but who are able to consider a complex range of issues and come to a clear decision that this site at Mountain Road is a terrible idea. For what it's worth, I'm a trained economist who largely approaches politics from the left of centre. I'm fully aware of the mess the housing market has been in for a number of years, and I would argue that we need to have huge systemic change. People need affordable housing, but housing cannot be created in this piecemeal fashion because all that happens is that we just store up more sustainability issues for the future. Building on land that has huge agricultural and environmental value is utterly ridiculous. Both climate change and the war in Ukraine has taught us that. Moreover, creating houses in an area where virtually nobody will end up walking or cycling and will be completely reliant on our cars is also ridiculous. I don't say that as someone who is anti-car. I love driving, but I have also made a conscious choice to walk my children to school every day because it's better for me, better for them, and better for society. This unplanned urban sprawl is not a modern and holistic way to look at housing development. It merely repeats the mistakes of the past. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to endorse my ward is Shire Newton Ward, which is just on the outskirts of Chepstow, and I'd like to endorse the comments made by Councillor Edwards and by Councillor Pavia. I mean, the traffic congestion issue in Chepstow and surrounding areas of Pulmerich is very bad, and it's bad 7 days a week. It's not even bad just at peak times, it's bad any time of the day. And active travel has been promoted, but the difficulty with active travel is the fact that those roads are, quite frankly, the A48 Pulmerich is too dangerous in my view to be walking or cycling by because of the volume and the speed of the traffic. So I don't think active travel is going to solve the issues that we've got. And obviously the Mountain Road site is going to cause even further problems at High Beach Roundabout. And the significant development in the Caldicot East Portskewitt area is also going to exacerbate the existing traffic congestion problems. Basically, often the queuing at the bottom of Pulmerich Hill, and often the queuing at the bottom of St Lawrence's Road in Chepstow as well. And all the traffic coming from Caldicot to join the motorway will be coming from the A48 Pulmerich and will be hitting the High Beach roundabout. Now, in terms of saying why active travel won't solve this particular problem, I believe there's been a recent study by Audit Wales that has said that the policy of active travel has failed to engage the people of Wales, with fewer participating now than in 2018, despite nearly 220 million having been spent encouraging them to take part. And obviously, the point that I made at the Place Committee was the fact that I did an hourglass search of the 2,000 pages presented there and found that there were barely any references to road infrastructure or traffic congestion in the main body of the report, but there were references in the consultation response, which does suggest that the consultation that was undertook last time was not taken seriously, and the plans have continued in the same vein. In terms of the Mountain Road site, councillors will have received a letter from a developer pointing out how this site is not appropriate. And although I'm very pleased that Councillor Griffiths has said that there are plans to improve High Beach roundabout, unfortunately the plans should be in the RLDP itself. And I pointed out that the previous LDP actually gave site-specific road infrastructure requirements to particular sites, so that the road infrastructure was in place before the development as opposed to afterwards. I appreciate that in that particular case for the shipyard Fairfield Maybe site. It didn't actually happen, but it was a site-specific requirement. This plan needs to be revised to include the road infrastructure requirements. And I did also notice that previously in the Place Committee, MCC would not be prepared to support the plan of the Forest of Dean without the Chepstow Relief Road. Now, we're not having any road infrastructure requirements, and the previous administration did support both the Chepstow Relief Road and the High Beach Roundabout going forward, both of them, and also M48 links. We need all of those. It's totally unrealistic to expect everybody to cycle, walk and take a train or take a bus, because many people in all of those developments, it's highly likely that they will have 1 or 2 cars per house, and to suggest otherwise isn't realistic. I do appreciate that the plan has actually included net zero carbon houses and electric vehicle charging, but the electrical vehicle charging will not stop the queues, and basically there'll still be the traffic congestion, although they may help alleviate air pollution. But our measures of air pollution are actually based on the UK level, which is 40 for nitrogen dioxide, as opposed to the World Health Organization level, which is only 10, which is significantly different. So I do think that we need to basically revise this plan and look at it again so that we do have those infrastructure requirements, road infrastructure requirements in place before we actually agree to additional housing. Because frankly, it's just ridiculous that it's not, even if you support active travel, the buses will still be in the queues and children need to be able to get to school. And when there's any blockage on Chepstow roads, it's taking the children a long time to actually get into school, and for people to get from A to B. It's affecting the town centre as well because of people not being able to get there very quickly, and it's affecting the quality of life. Now, this will affect not only the current residents, but any future residents as well. So we have to get it right, and we have to try to persuade the Welsh Government to include putting money into our required road infrastructure, and for site-specific requirements to have this infrastructure in place, and this is missing from the plan. So unfortunately, I would very much like to see, it's called a revised local development plan, but unfortunately it still needs revision. And I am concerned actually in terms of scrutiny, why has there not been a separate supplementary report to this council on what was discussed at the Place Scrutiny Committee? Because I don't think that fully takes account of the concerns that were voiced there. And, you know, frankly, what's the point of a scrutiny committee if full council isn't made aware of what was discussed during that time? There aren't any draft minutes for it, so we know what went on. I think it's appalling that it hasn't been included, because it shows that we're not even taking account of our council members' scrutiny, let alone the scrutiny of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thomas.
Diolch Cadeirydd. Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the plan. I think it's a huge undertaking to produce a document of this sort of magnitude, an incredible amount of work that's gone into it. And I disagree with the previous speaker, and I disagree with a number of speakers today. There has to be a balance in terms of development of housing and employment land across the authority. We always talk about Monmouthshire being such a great place to live. but you have to have somewhere to actually live in. You have to have a house. And if you have children, you need a house with reasonable accommodation and with a garden for those children to develop and hopefully contribute to the community. And we're in a situation at the moment where we are very much an ageing population. People are having less children or choosing, quite rightly, as far as I'm concerned, not to have children, but most people look at the economic demands of having children and probably have 1 or 2 children, ones that they can actually bring up and put through education. And I honestly think we can't sit on our hands. We can't really adopt this sort of NIMBY attitude that I've heard time and time again today, that we don't do anything to mitigate that sort of stagnation of population in Monmouthshire. And if we want a good county, we need to have a vibrant county, an economically active county. And it's obvious that as people get older and give up full-time employment, then they are not economically active. It's great for people who are further up the sort of career pole, the ladder, or for older people and who own their own houses living in quite an affluent county like Monmouthshire. But for people who are younger and who are on lower incomes or lower down the career scale, then they cannot afford to buy a house in Monmouthshire, in Abergavenny or Monmouth or Chepstow or Caldicot. And it's obvious if you talk to people, for example, in teaching, lots of teachers who say teach in King Henry VIII in Abergavenny cannot afford to live in the town. They live on the heads of the valley or valleys going off the heads of the valley because that is the only affordable housing that they can afford on a teacher's salary. So it's not just people on very low salaries. In reality, we need to stand back today from party political sort of concepts and from sort of local and personal interests. We need to look at the county as a whole, and we need to think about what's going to happen. Personally, I would stand strongly for the need now. All of this discussion, placemaking, the different iterations of the rural development plan, we actually need now to go to the public and consult with them, because it is going to affect them and they need to have a say about it across the whole of the authority. We're talking here in Chamber, we've talked in placemaking, etc. We need now, let's go to the people, let's see what they think, and then I assume that report then will go forward to the Planning Inspectorate of Welsh Government, and then it will come back for the final approval or lack of approval in the future. Two things I would say in terms of Abergavenny. I think I welcome the development on the eastern side of the town, across the A465, adjacent to the train station. But I do think it's going to be very important that that community is integrated. It will be important as well to have probably a sort of park and ride type facility there to make sure that integration takes place. But also as well, we need to make sure that that A465 becomes a sort of an urban road in a sense, so that people are safe to walk, to get across it and to get into the town. I'll finish with a final point. I think the worst sort of time in doing this role as a county councillor was when a family were made homeless in my ward under a Section 21 notice. They had 4 children and they ended up in a hotel down in Mega, which was the only temporary accommodation that was available. For people, if you've got children, had young children, yeah, I had young children a long time ago, the worst possible scenario is to be in a hotel room with 3 or 4 kids. You want to be in a house of your own. And I very much welcome the 50% social housing. I'm sure lots of people in this chamber were brought up in good quality social housing in the 60s, 70s, etc. And we need to get back to that to actually help people. And for lots of people, they'll start in social housing, but probably their careers might well take off and they'll end up buying their own house. And they'll bring up their children in a decent environment. And that's really what this county council should be about. It's not about pulling up the drawbridge and saying, well, yes, I live in a nice house, my kids were brought up in a nice house, but I don't want that for other people's families, I don't want it for other people's kids. We really need to get a bit real today and actually go to the public, let's see what they think, not what we pontificate about this afternoon. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members, for an interesting debate. I'd like to thank the officers and Councillor Griffiths for their work on the plan. As Councillor Chandler stated, members of all political groups have been consulted on the plan, including through recent sessions with officers and the Cabinet member. All members have had ample opportunity to express their concerns or support before we go to public consultation. Members of all parties on the Planning Committee have often raised the issue of new developments not always striving for net zero. This plan will ensure that moving forward, new housing in Monmouthshire will set the standard for net zero in Wales. I'm sure many of us enjoy watching programmes such as Escape to the Country, especially when they feature Monmouthshire. They always show the county in a great light and play their part in attracting new residents to the county. However, we do not want to remain stuck with a housing market which denies access to affordable housing for many individuals and families. I too have listened to residents in Monmouth over the last few months, and there is frustration over the affordability and availability of housing for themselves and their families. I've done a quick survey of a rental property within 3 miles of Monmouth on a well-known property website. 14 properties are available for rent for between £700 and £1,700 per calendar month. The average rent is just under £1,200, which is out of the affordability of many salaries when you add utility bills and council tax to the mix. I, like Councillor Griffiths and other councillors, attended the Gateway to Wales Action Group public meeting. Not one attendee spoke up about the need for affordable homes for their children and grandchildren and young working age people. Many who move away to study may never be able to move back and afford their own home. As Councillor Chandler also commented, we've got workers who provide vital public services such as teachers, carers, emergency workers, who often cannot afford to live in the county. To address Councillor Buckley's concerns, perhaps developers could be subject to staged delivery targets on the proportion of social and open market properties they build to avoid the scenario of a developer not being able to fund social housing, as they have to do with staged 106 payments as the development progresses. Councillor Murphy is concerned about the reduced Section 106 funding, but the money has to be spent on time and for the benefit of residents. And we've seen examples in this council of funds which were not spent before the current administration took over. In my own ward, it took an email before the election in May 2022 to get the Section 106 funded play equipment installed at Kingswood Gate. And we had last August call-in over the Section 106 funds in Port Stewart, which hadn't been allocated by the previous administration. I found residents welcome the active travel infrastructure we've had recently at Monmouth, and hopefully Kingswood Gate residents will get the final stage of their route to Monmouth Town Centre next summer, which wasn't, again, completed by the previous administration. And I know residents in that community are very keen to get to use their bikes and walk to town, so that accessibility will be there. Finally, I'd just like to endorse the plan so we can get it to public consultation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, for an interesting debate. And thank you to Councillor Griffiths and to the officers for the huge amount of work that's gone into this plan. I think, like others, I'd like to start with the impact upon my own ward. I am delighted at the retention of the conservation area status for much of Abergavenny, and the proposal to protect the iconic Sugarloaf views with a green wedge status, which I know many people in my ward have lobbied for. But 100 plus years ago, what's now that conservation area was a new development. And we can now be grateful to those who insisted on a high quality, who insisted on broad avenues with trees, and the reservation of large areas of green space for leisure facilities, such as our historic cricket club. And I hope and believe that the new housing area that is planned for Abergavenny East will be equally loved. We have a really exciting opportunity to create what is almost a sort of eco-village on the eastern edge of Abergavenny, with easy routes to town and a park and ride that will make our station an even more successful transport hub for the whole of North Monmouthshire and South Powys, which is what it serves. And as always, there is a lot of detail in this plan. It is innovative, it sets a high bar, and I think it will doubtless be improved further by the suggestions and contributions of the public. And we will undoubtedly have the detailed scrutiny of it by the many experts on many subjects who live in Monmouthshire and take part in civil society and civic associations. But as a member of the Planning Committee over the last year, I have learned that currently we do not have the policy framework that we always want to ensure that the developments reach the high standards in energy efficiency, in sustainability and in provision of affordable housing that we want for Monmouthshire. And I know that that frustration is cross-party. So I am really looking forward to the day when we can actually have in place an up-to-date planning policy framework. Let's move forward to the next stage and get it down for consultation, because lastly, there are families in bed and breakfast today who desperately need the affordable homes that this council failed to build 5, 10 or 15 years ago. So let's get on with it. Let's take the next step towards a better future for Monmouthshire.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. And thank you, officers and members, for all the work that has been done towards bringing out this plan. Sorry. Whilst there are reservations about some of the candidate sites, there is a recognised need for housing in the Raglan area, which would allow local families to stay within the village. And we look forward eventually to a public consultation which will help to provide the detail and clarity. However, a question arises, which often comes up, about whether planning applications outside the RDLP being submitted now are taken into consideration. A recent application in Raglan for a development, if agreed, would, and it is adjacent to a candidate site, the main candidate site, would raise the number of houses built in Raglan significantly. Has this been taken into consideration? At some stage, I wondered whether this question could be addressed, please, if not today, then some other time in writing, perhaps, as it will have an impact. It will impact the outcome on future consultations. So it does remain a problem. I am hopeful that we will go forward, but there are unfortunately some issues which seem have not been resolved at present in other areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jackie Strong.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Griffiths, the officers and all the people that have been involved in making such a substantive report. I want to turn things on its head a bit, really. It would be amiss of me, as the older person's champion, not to mention the impact of not going forward with this new plan on older people and vulnerable people that live in Monmouthshire. I'm very mindful of the 8-point principles of an age-friendly city or community, as outlined in the World Health Organization global network for age-inclusive cities. A lot of those domains are dependent on working age people to support older residents and vulnerable people in our towns and cities. Now, we haven't got cities in Monmouthshire, but we've got lots of communities, we've got lots of towns, that in order to keep them going, we need to have people of working age. So, and in order to have that happen, we need to promote affordable housing and encourage people of working age to live and thrive in our local communities. We need to have affordable housing of good quality, and obviously the eco standards are really good as well. So we need to find ways to adapt to changing demographics. I'm really mindful that in Caldicot, we're celebrating Caldicot becoming a town, and it's now 50 years old. Back in the 70s, there was a study, and only 7% of residents of Caldicot were over working age. That figure is now a quarter. So unless we actually do something to recognise the changing demands, we are in a bit of a pickle, because there won't be all the people to not only provide care and support for our older generation, it will be all the shops, it will be all the goods and services, and to keep our little towns and communities going. So I really appreciate this plan. I think we should take it out to consultation, but I also want to very quickly address some of the issues raised by Councillor Dimmock, who has repeated several times about the Crick development being a flood risk. Now, this was contested at the Place Committee, and we can go back to the response from Councillor Griffiths and Craig as well on that. Also, she raises other issues about the Gypsy and Travelling site. We're only talking about a handful of future residents for the top end of that development, and how much more inclusive would it be to actually have that in place before any building starts on the rest of the development? I just think people will embrace it. It will be just part of their local communities. As part of the Place Committee, I raised some issues around protecting our green spaces. I'm very cognizant of the castle, the surrounding green space, and also the Gwent levels, and we had reassurance from the Cabinet member and others that this would be included in the plan. So I just want to end by saying that Caldicot has been a growing community, and I know that Councillor Dimmock contests whether the Crick development is Caldicot East or not, but Caldicot has always been a growing community for 150 years. Over 150 years ago, in 1911, the South Wales Argus described Caldicot as a large and growing district. There have often been objections, but we knock on well together, and houses have helped bring our extended families together. We settle and we live together, and that's where their roots are. And I think we should accept this report and send it out to consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chairman. For the reasons that I outlined at last week's Place Scrutiny Committee, I too have got some serious concerns and reservations about the RDLP in its current form. As I outlined in that committee last week, these concerns are primarily focused on the proposed Abergavenny East development. As the Cabinet member himself, I think, acknowledged at that meeting, there is no agreement in place between the relevant landowners to the proposed allocation boundary. Moreover, the proposed community hub, which sits at the very heart of that development, lies within that very parcel of land to which, again, the landowners have not agreed to the master plan. Now, this, in my mind, should be a major red flag to delivery, as it risks both the soundness of the allocation as well as the wider plan. So perhaps can the Cabinet member confirm today that he has received an alternative master plan, and whether this too will be given a fair scrutiny and a fair hearing as part of the proposed consultation process? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and thank you very much for the report. The place meeting has been talked about quite a lot this afternoon, and also one of the things that's also been said is that consultation needs to go to consultation. Well, yes, I agree completely, but also we have had some consultation, and Councillor Garretton said that he attended the meeting for the 270 and that there was no mention of affordable housing. However, he was there, so why didn't he mention it? That's my first question to that one. Yeah, I know, but you didn't. And we were mentioning it, but you clearly didn't choose to hear it all. So also things like, when we talk about the Monmouth side, we need to think about the drinking water, and it's not scaremongering, it's a fact. It's actually there in black and white from NRW and from Welsh Water about it, and it does clearly state that it's been said and is in writing that there is a problem. So if we take drinking water from behind where we are building houses, we are contaminating the drinking water further. And it also says it's 2028. Now, don't wish to harp on too much about it, other than a lot of information is there, and we need to choose to listen to it. We also talked, when we talked about the consultation, that we need to take it out to the public. Well, we have been doing that in my area and in Monmouth, and an awful lot of people are very unhappy about that site for a number of reasons, whether it's bats, environmental issues in regard to the bats and a site of special scientific interest, whether it's removal of habitat, whether it's the fact that you're looking from the former AONOB and now Living Landscapes, that you can actually see that parcel of green land. So when you drive into Monmouth, you actually think what a wonderful green town this is going to be, and it therefore should be protected to that effect. The fact that there's an actual monument there, but we don't seem to be worrying about these things. The traffic issues, the fact that it's literally 100 metres, is it that to the roundabout? No, I doubt it is 100 metres, but we are planning to put all those cars straight onto that situation where it already gets clogged every morning, every evening, every afternoon. So there's an awful lot wrong, but there's an awful lot right. So with a balanced view, we need to take that forward, I agree wholeheartedly, and I do hope that Councillor Griffiths will come and discuss an awful lot more with everybody and everyone at Monmouth area about this problem. Because for me, it just does not work where you are proposing to put that site of houses. In regards to Chepstow, anybody in this room truly can tell me who does not hold a driving licence, is there anybody in this room that doesn't hold a driving licence? I doubt it, that hasn't sat in traffic jams at Chepstow. I challenge you. I'd like to, you haven't, but you obviously haven't been very far, Emma. Because I'm telling you now, I challenge anybody. I think everybody's been sat there. I know I have countless occasions. So there's so many things that we need to talk about, and it just doesn't quite feel right. I'm sorry. So there's an awful lot to talk about, and I feel that it's not quite there for public. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brown, I see your name next up on the list, but you have already spoken once. Is it a point of order?
Chair, I just wanted to apologise. I incorrectly said that there wasn't any draft minutes for the Place Committee, and it's been pointed out to me that they are in the appendix, at the bottom of the appendix, but unfortunately I was expecting it to be either in a supplementary agenda or part of the main report, and I think it does say something about scrutiny is important, and it should have been in that particular place. And I just wanted to correct that, because I don't like to say anything that is factually incorrect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. It's very refreshing having a councillor correct themselves, so thank you. Councillor Watts.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I just popped out earlier. I had a problem with my dogs. Very difficult. Straight to it, really. Monmouthshire's changed, since I've been a councillor, which is, 22 years. Certainly within the last 20 years, the elderly population has grown almost by a quarter. And yet we've not replenished ourselves. All the younger people have moved away because they simply can't afford to live in Monmouthshire, particularly the south. So if we want to really create spaces where we have communities, i.e. we have children, we have parents, we have grandchildren who then, when they become old and frail, can be supported, we can't necessarily rely on the state anymore, can we? We all moan about the NHS or the lack of provision really for elderly people. It's obvious. So by retaining our families, keeping family units together for generations, we actually support ourselves. And Jackie made a good point, because that's precisely what happened in Caldicot during the late 70s, 80s and into the 90s. So before we all drop off the edge, including some of the people in this room, I recommend that we support this, because it's an attempt, it's not perfect, it's an attempt to do precisely what I've just said we should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McKenna.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to know if Monmouthshire County Council has considered building a purpose-built settlement away from existing towns and villages. When we look back at history, settlements have been developed, such as during Roman times, Norman times, medieval times. And I don't see why we can't think outside the box and create a new village in our current day and age. I look at our friends at Somerset Council, who in the year 2000, so approximately 25 years ago, embarked on ambitious plans to build a new village called Copford St Luke, 5 miles outside of the market town of Taunton. It now has a population of 2,700. It was built with its own primary school, GP surgery, shop, pub, village hall, football pitches and play parks. And I think that it is an example of best practice. Planning has been granted this year for a further 80 houses and a takeaway, showing how successful it's been. It has all the correct infrastructure, roads, sewerage systems, etc. The Section 106 monies went towards NHS services. A new settlement would eradicate a lot of the concerns we've heard about today, such as GP waiting times, school places, phosphates, impact on rivers, Victorian sewers which can't cope, increased traffic, etc. I agree with more sustainable and energy efficient housing, and I welcome more affordable housing, although I don't feel confident that 50% affordable housing is achievable. We do need more housing in Monmouthshire, and I'm not opposed to that, but it has to be in the right place with the right infrastructure. I don't feel that building hundreds of houses on one site adjacent to existing towns is the best answer. I'm not opposed to many of the smaller sites because they don't have such an impact on existing residents, services and the infrastructure. And I have to agree with Councillor Maureen Powell, who said earlier that we can't build homes without the correct infrastructure, or as she quite simply put it, you can't pull the cart without the horse. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Keir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, if I may, I'd just like to quickly pay tribute to former Mayor of Usk, who died yesterday, Christine Wilkinson. She led Usk through the COVID crisis, and I want to place on record my thanks for her for that. Can I also place on record my thanks alongside other councillors for the officers, for all their work in preparation of these documents and indeed the presentations that they gave us to help us ease through the, I think it was 1,868 pages that was presented to the scrutiny committee. Councillors will no doubt recall I have consistently said my primary duty as the elected member alongside Councillor Howells for Llanbadach and Usk Ward is to represent the residents and the businesses and their views and not mine. But I do recognise that not just for them, it is a big responsibility as councillors, as we have for the whole of Monmouthshire, as councillors have said this afternoon. And the RLDP is a typical example of that. I am grateful, as Councillor John knows, that if there is anything that affects my ward adversely, I won't follow any party whip. And as for, I struggle with Councillor Chandler's comments in that regard. I'm not sure whether he's listening to this debate, but there's been some passionate defences of the sites in members' wards. That is not party whips at all. So part of what I have intended to do during this whole RLDP process is to do as much research as I possibly can. I organised 3 public meetings. There were special meetings with Usk Town Council and Llanbaddock Community Council. I've answered emails, text messages, WhatsApp messages. I've knocked on doors next to the candidate sites, and I've had face-to-face meetings. And I've also read the comments that were written in the surveys that Councillor Howells put out, and I thank him publicly for the work that he's done on that, because there was a lot of effort in it. The comments are important to me, not the numbers in that regard. So I believe I have done my very best to consult as best I possibly can on the 2 candidate sites in the timeframes that we've been afforded since the publication of those details, being in Burriham Gate, in Usk, and Caermelin in Little Mill. In previous debates, I have said, and I will say again, just for the avoidance of doubt, that this is not about numbers of houses for me. This is about building the right houses in the right place with the right infrastructure. It is not about NIMBYism, none whatsoever. And of course, alongside all colleagues, we all want to see new houses. We all want to see affordable houses. I absolutely get that, and I'm in agreement with councillors in that regard. However, my professional day job in supporting residential housing development, and I've previously mentioned that, suggests that the 50-50, whilst a laudable aspiration in terms of affordable, is not going to be practically achievable. I know how developers work. I work behind the scenes with them. I know how they negotiate, what their plans are. They have to make a profit. Profit is not a dirty word. Profit is there to cover during the development, whether it may be an increase in materials, whether it may be a delay in sales, whether it may be a fall in the marketplace. There has to be that elements of profitability in that regard. So I do believe that that is going to rule out private developers in that regard. And I've tested that with my customers, and they said they would not invest in Monmouthshire in that regard. With regards to the viability aspect for the whole of the plan, my understanding was that in the preferred strategy, which was reported to members on the 1st of December 22, was supposed to have been evidenced by a high-level assessment, which would then be detailed for the deposit plan. And forgive me, amongst all that 1,800 odd pages, I think there is an absence of a detailed viability assessment of those major sites in the deposit version. I'm happy to be corrected if that's not the case. And I'm concerned that if those sites are not actually truly viable and that is transparent for all of us to see, then the requirement for net zero carbon ready homes and the site infrastructure costs is going to mean those sites are not viable as I suspect they may be, but I'm happy to be corrected in that regard. So with regard specifically to Usk, the Birmingham Gate 2. The argument for and against the candidate sites, there were 5 at the beginning, could be equally applied to all of them, and all of them could have been rejected. And bringing my own personal assessment to them, I don't actually agree with the officer's conclusion that that candidate site at Birmingham Gate achieves everything. Just as an example, it says that Birmingham Gate is a 15-minute walk to the town centre. It isn't. It's longer than that. It's not true. The existing residents of Birmingham Gate 1 admit that they take 25 minutes at least to walk from the top and already take their cars. So, you know, an additional 40 units is going to be more travels into Usk. The main issue there, as Councillor Howells has mentioned earlier, is the flooding in and around Castle Oak and Birmingham Gate site, which was, as he said, was brought to the fore in May 2022. And the biggest single issue that has been mentioned in Usk, you know, Birmingham Gate is a recent development, and clearly the flood mitigations that were put in place as part of that planning process are not sufficient.
One minute.
Okay, in that regard. The Planning Policy Wales, I think section 12, states that we should avoid inappropriate development areas that are at risk of flooding or that may increase the risk of flooding elsewhere. Birmingham Gate, in my view, clearly does that. 40 houses will bring an additional possibly 120 people, as Councillor Howells said. The GP surgeries physically can't cope, the dentists can't cope. The development for Little Mill, we've rehearsed the arguments in that regard for the 15 units that were recently passed, and there was an overall rejection by the community in that regard. You know, I very much regret that there is a lot more work to be done. It's about houses in the right place with the right infrastructure, and there is the infrastructure in Usk cannot cope at the moment, and it cannot cope with additional houses. This is the wrong site, simple as that. We need to look elsewhere. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Howarth.
Thank you, Chair, and I have waited patiently because I don't have any sites within Monmouthshire which are within our planning jurisdiction. I'm all national parks, but as a corporate decision maker, I think that's important that I listen to everything that's been said this afternoon, reference to where we go with the document. Some really valid points there. I think Councillor Kerr made the valid point there about the 50%. I will take people with experience in knowing what they're saying and what they're doing. I still believe that is far too high at the moment to even go into consultation with on delivery. And I think the officers and the head of the portfolio is adamant that if we don't get 50, we don't do anything. I think that's a heck of a risk for us as a council and for the residents of Monmouthshire, because everything we're talking about here, Chair, about delivering affordable homes or a place to call home or shared equity is finished. If we do not get the developers here, we've got nothing. And I think that's a heck of a risk at the moment to push on with that. I think Penny made a valid point, which I do agree, and I've had the conversation just recently. I think the sites that are in the system at the moment with the LDP should be included with the public consultation also. I was advised that there may be a risk with that, but I'm willing to take that risk, and I think members should as well. If this goes through today, I think them sites should come with the public consultation also. It was pointed out to me this morning that there is actually a site within one of my colleagues' area which is in the system already, and it's not shown on anything, but it is in the deposit. So I do find that a bit of a worry, because Penny highlighted something within her area as well. So I'm still two-minded whether to move this forward or we go back and have a couple of more sessions trying to iron out some of these issues that have arisen, unless we get guarantees. I think the councillor made the statement about a new zone or a new ward or a new hub being created. That was something I put out in 2012 with the other administration, that actually it would solve a lot of problems, and to create a new hub would actually probably tick a lot of boxes. And I was looking at the Abergavenny area on the 465. I am pleased to see we have got a site up on that side of the 465 opposite the train station. It's prime farmland. It is steep, but I was looking at something like that in 2012. We haven't taken that forward, and I think that would probably solve a lot of our issues, having a new main hub near a main thoroughfare. We've heard about Chepstow, we've heard about all the other areas in Monmouth, how the infrastructure just isn't there at the moment. We have no guarantees off Cardiff that we will ever sort that out. There's nothing, we just keep talking, we've got nothing from Cardiff to make sure that we can address them major concerns. The business ethos, we can go on about affordable homes, but unless we have the industries paying affordable wages in our county, which we don't, bar public service, bar a couple of large construction companies, bar other companies, they're very, very few. They do not pay high wages, everybody else. You know, we're not that kind of county. We do not have the corporate businesses within our county to pay high wages. But if we're going to build all these houses and affordable homes as well, they have to be paid for. We cannot build affordable homes, all them homes for people in bed and breakfast. That's not what this is about. It's about providing homes for everyone. My kids couldn't even afford to live in Monmouthshire. You can build as many affordable homes as you want. They can't afford to live in Monmouthshire. Whether you build them tomorrow or in 10 years, they will not be afford to live in, because their wages, their jobs, they're not high-paying jobs. And we all know, I think somebody made a mention there of earning over £1,000 in rent per month. It's just not acceptable that we're going to get there. So the industries to come to Monmouthshire have to be within a scope of corporate and do pay good wages. So I just don't get them statements being made today. But my main concern is, I think, the deliverable of 50% affordable homes in this county, and we turn around and we do say that that's a no-go, I think is a grave mistake. I think we revisit it and then we go back with that, with whatever we come out with. I think most of the chamber here is in agreement that affordable homes in this county are wanted, but we have to make sure we deliver them within this plan. And at the moment, I cannot agree with the 50%. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brocklesby.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would like to extend my thanks and gratitude to Councillor Griffiths and also the team, which cuts across so many different parts of the council, who have been working with him, some of whom have left during this period, who've been working with him since May 2022. This is a plan which has taken a long time to come to gestation. It's a plan which has involved many people, both within and out of the council. I would remind people online who are listening in and at the back of the room, as well as councillors, that when this administration came to be, we inherited a plan which had been rejected by the Welsh Government. We have substantially reworked it, reducing the number of houses and increasing the number of affordable housing. We have done that by working, as Councillor Griffiths told us, with the Design Commission of Wales, with independent viability assessor, with the Welsh Government, and, most importantly, with developers. I would also remind councillors that although the administration may be new, the council is very much old and has been very much involved in developing houses for a very long time and are used to working with developers. I want to first say I agree with so much of what has been said by my colleagues on this side of the chamber, as well as Councillor Chandler and Councillor Howells. I also agree with much as what's been said on the other side of the chamber as well, because we all agree affordable houses is a necessity if we are going to grow our economy and if we're going to have settlements that are viable in the future. And I want to address just these 2 points: affordability and also building good quality net zero buildings, houses, homes for everybody in these developments. The first point I want to make is that Councillor Griffiths got up in this chamber and said, we will not build houses unless we have 50% affordable housing. It's not an either or, it's not up for negotiation 10 years down the line. It is our commitment. And that's not wishful thinking. That's not us grandstanding in chamber. That is us believing right from the beginning of the process of revising the LDP, we must talk with developers and bring us along. We chose to go to an independent viability assessor last year. We are continuing to work with that assessor, who has made it clear that in the high-level viability assessment, it is feasible, it is practical, it is possible to build 50% affordable housing. We continue to work with that assessor. We have been last month in contact. We will continue through consultation. We will continue past consultation. We will continue until the decision is made, and quite possibly afterwards. That's 2026. Because we are determined to ensure that people who want to live here, people who need to live here because they are frontline care workers, because they want to be near their families, as Councillor Watt made out, as said rather, that they have a choice, because at the moment they don't have a choice. We also want people to build a life here, build their businesses here, stay here. The majority of businesses, not just in Monmouthshire, but in Wales, are SMEs and micro businesses, and we are seeing them develop in Monmouthshire. And, as Councillor Griffiths pointed out, so many people have contacted both me as leader, but Councillor Griffiths, as he has gone out to talk about this plan, have said how much they want to do business in Monmouthshire, but cannot because we do not have employment land available. Let's make it available. Let's make sure we have the land to work and the land for people to live here and flourish here. And let's make sure those houses are the best quality for everybody that does so. So as Councillor Harris pointed out, we have 33% affordable social housing predicted and 17% social equity or low cost. They're not lower build, they're not quite net zero, they're not as good as the build for the other houses. They are the same quality, because what we believe in Monmouthshire, that every resident in these new developments, whatever their situation, has the absolute right for the same quality of housing. And as Councillor Griffiths outlined, a great deal of thought, research, and will continue to go into this, has gone into developing houses that are practical and can be built and will be net zero for everyone. I think, and I would agree with many here, it's not perfect. What plan is perfect? Do we wait till we get the perfect plan? So people can't have houses, so they don't have places to live? No. I think this is the time we go out to consultation. We do, as has been pointed out across the chamber, we respect our residents to come forward. We respect our residents to give their views. And I know they will give their views. I very much welcomed our residents from Monmouthshire who took time, and thank you very much, to come to the chamber today to make it clear what their views were. That opportunity should be afforded to every single resident across Monmouthshire in the consultation so that we can hear it, so we can build on it, so we can ensure that when it goes to the deposit plan for assessment, that will be part of that plan. I commend you to vote for this plan. I also ask each and every councillor in this room, when we go to consultation, go out to your communities, go out with the information, encourage them to give their views. We need them. Whatever they are, we are here to listen.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Keir, was it a point of order you wanted to raise?
Yes, it was, Chair. I'm not quite sure where it falls under the Constitution, but my understanding was that I was allowed 10 minutes to speak, and you cut me off after 8 minutes and 12 seconds.
I'm really, if that's the case, I've got my Vice Chair beside me has been starting and stopping a stopwatch in order to make sure that everyone had their equal go for 10 minutes. And if we got that wrong, I'm deeply sorry. Would you like another 2 minutes? I'm happy to grant you another 2 minutes.
You missed me out, Chair.
No, I'm coming back to you, Councillor Easton.
Okay, lovely. Before they all shut the system down.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair, because obviously cutting me off, I tried to time it for 10 minutes, but just a couple of points I wanted to make. First of all, with regards to USC, the development plan for USC has recognised the infrastructure issues that are there. The discussions have become protracted, and we're getting into year two. It's highlighted car parking and parking as a whole, and Councillor Griffiths will be aware of that because I've alluded to it as well in that regard. And I think the site in Castle Oak in Burringate will actually add to the car parking issues as a whole. With regards to Little Mill, the infrastructure, I just wanted to add the views from the community council and residents. There are no community facilities. We've just got one village hall. We've got the pub that has failed again. There are no shops in that regard, so it's going to increase car usage. And of course, there is a 900+ development just 1 mile down the road that has been approved in that regard. Now, can I leave, Chair? So I'm not persuaded by the arguments that have been put forward. I think there is still more to be done. I don't think any more consultation is going to change the fact that Burringate is a bad site because of the flooding in particular and the infrastructure. But can I ask Councillor Griffiths if he could address one question? If this plan does go out to consultation and the views that I have presented on behalf of my residents are continued and there are continued objections to the site, could he outline the procedure about whether or not that it would be those two sites would be pulled in Little Mill in USC? I think that's an important point that my residents need to understand, that the consultation, if it goes to that, will be listened to. Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me to finish.
Thank you. Councillor Easton.
Thank you, Chair. And I lost my train of thought then with the chance I might be cut off the system. I don't have a lot to say. It's been a very interesting debate. I think it's a very, very constructive debate, and I applaud the work that's been put in to bring this forward. But I don't know whether, I think we've made progress today, which in the last LDP, I think we were there at about 1 o'clock in the morning. So we are making progress. As far as my ward is concerned, I got no candidate sites. I got lots of people like homes. The only thing that would get them a home there would be a 20-storey set of flats, but that's not going to happen. In general, across the county, the biggest problem as far as I'm concerned is infrastructure. Despite what reservations there may be about what the site is right, and flooding and water and everything, if we don't get the infrastructure correct, or in the right direction, we may as well not build anything, because Lisa is concerned in Portskeurt East. Portskeurt East, I call it Portskeurt East, or what do you want me to call it? I don't mind. But whatever it is, to the east of Caldecott, we put those houses there. We need the infrastructure. So I would like to see the public have a say about this, and for all their views to be put forward to bring together the communities rather than build separate communities where they just can't join up. Caldecott surgery needs doctors. And the one in Mega is going to be cut down to half a day each day. Unless we get the bus services, the train services, the doctors, and all that together, none of this will work. So we need to talk to the public. The public need to give us their views strongly. I think there's been good views put forward this afternoon. I think that Councillor Griffiths will take them on board. And all I would say is the quicker it goes to the public to get their views strongly, and then we can probably come back and hone down whatever we need to do. That's all I got to say. I'd like to see it go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bryn.
Thank you, Chair. I waited my time too, because I don't have any houses proposed in Wisham, though there are some rollover houses from the previous LDP. I also have residents that are desperate for homes and have found themselves, after losing rental properties, living down the heads of the valley, or in the case of one family, living in a hotel on the A40 as temporary accommodation, which is just not acceptable. But I am torn, because I also have concerns about the sustainability of some of the locations, in particular the one in Monmouth, and the impact on the infrastructure. And forgive me if this information is buried somewhere, because there is an awful lot of reading to be done. But when I was trying to dig into the strategic transport assessment and looking at the impact and their comments that there was only going to add another 524 additional trips in 24 hours with these new homes, I couldn't quite understand if this also included the other homes that are already in the pipeline from the previous LDP within Monmouth itself, as well as in Wisham, and if it also takes into account the traffic on A roads have already increased 2.4% since 2022. Has it included the proposed increase on the A roads going forward, taking into particular account of the additional homes that have been, quite a large estate that has been built in Ross on Wye, and houses that are still being built in 5 acres that are all going to be coming and using the same stretch of road that our houses are, and whether all that is also taken into account, and what we are going to do to mitigate that, including improvements in public transport and active travel. But I'd like to see where the money is being spent, really. There's a lot of good hopes in the transport strategy, but nothing concrete. Okay, diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Councillor John.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, can I endorse the leaders' tribute to officers for all the work that they've put into these reports. I don't underestimate the vast amount of time and effort that's gone into them. I do, however, resent the suggestion that a number of colleagues who've made contributions today are somehow NIMBYs, because they're raising valid concerns that their residents have about how the plan can be improved. We've heard concerns about river quality, about public transport links, about flood risk, about transport connectivity, about a lack of infrastructure, about school places. These are all genuine concerns about the impact that this plan is going to have on the communities that we represent. And we are here to represent our constituents. That is our basic function as members. We are elected to raise those concerns. And there have been so many examples in recent years where we have come here, raised those concerns, which have subsequently been recognised, and then plans have been changed. There have also been occasions in this chamber where plans have been presented by the administration and subsequently improved. I remember when we had a debate in here about 2 years ago about the administration's corporate plan. The first draft of the corporate plan, this was the strategic document that was going to be the guiding basis of this council, which employs nearly 4,000 people, for a period of 5 years. That plan was 3.5 pages of A4. So, and we were told by the administration, this plan is the best it could possibly be. Well, we voted that plan down, and what the administration eventually came back with was something that was better. So I really say today, this is a plan that we can improve. And if there is room for improvement, surely that's in all our interests that we should take that opportunity. So I do share concerns of colleagues about the absence of investment in infrastructure. And it is something that we've seen, I'm afraid, over the last 2.5 years. We haven't seen the level of investment that we've had in previous years. I mean, when I was part of the administration, we were building new schools, new care home, new leisure centres, new borough theatre. We pedestrianised Abergavenny Town Centre. Admittedly, this administration has inherited some plans from the previous administration, but where are the new ideas? Where are the proposals for investment in our communities to help support future development? We're not seeing those plans come forward. We're also, I share concerns of colleagues about local health services. We're not seeing existing health services protected to sustain the population we already have. Only a few days ago we heard about yet another round of service cuts at Neville Hall, with respiratory services now being centralised at the Grange. This is following on from the loss of maternity services, the closure of the overnight minor injuries unit. We had a debate here a couple of months ago about GP services in Gilwan, which were being cut back. We need those local health services to provide for our existing population, let alone the new homes that we need to build. So absolutely share those concerns. I share the points, I share concerns that a number of colleagues have raised about flood risk. Councillor Keir spoke very clearly about the risks around Burriam Gate and the serious flooding that's taken place there in the last 12 months. And there are other parts of the county where literally only a few days ago we were on flood watch. So it's really irresponsible to put forward proposals that are going to make those flood risks even worse. I share the concerns raised about sacrificing Section 106 contributions, again, making it more difficult for the council to provide the services that our residents need. I do agree that there are areas of Monmouthshire that are unaffordable, and there are communities in my own ward where house prices are out of reach for younger people. If you go to Cumcarvan, Mitchell Troy, the average house price there is about £900,000. There are very few people of my generation living there because they can't afford to buy a property. So I absolutely agree with the point that we do need to be building more homes. We need to be providing for younger people to be able to take an active part in our society through buying their own home and feeling that they've got that stake in their local community, that they've got roots there. Absolutely agree with that. But that doesn't mean that we therefore have to agree to a plan that we think has room for improvement. So I agree that we need more affordable homes, but they do need to be in the right places. So I really don't think this plan is good enough. I think there are too many sites that are inappropriate, unsuitable, and too risky. And the last point I would make, I absolutely agree with the leader that we need to be out talking to the public. We need to be listening to their views on this. But of course, today is the very day, one of those rare days, where we have an election to this place where we should be out there talking to the public, listening to their views about the future direction of this council, and instead the administration has deliberately, for political reasons, called the election on a day when we're here talking, admittedly, about some important business, but you had any Thursday you could have chosen for that by-election, and you called it for today. So we can't be out there talking to the public about their views about the future direction of this council. I think that's a real shame. Thank you.
Sorry, another debate. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. And can I naturally concur with many points that have been made across the chamber, but I do also draw exception at the point that has been made about people speaking around political lines. And I have spoken, this is the second local development plan debate or replacement local development plan debate that I've spoken in. And I can tell you for certain that I have no interest in speaking on any particular party political lines, and hopefully those that have known me and have heard me speak will also understand that. The last time I spoke, I was speaking around my concerns about the numbers of homes that were being built in Magor with Endy and about some other unsustainable proposals that were contained therein. This time, some of my concerns are slightly different. Some of them are the same. But I just want to go back to the issue of process, which is also very important to me. And I think I'd like to just be a little bit clearer about the way in which we have been involved in the development of this plan. So yes, there have been opportunities. There have been a number of briefings, there have been meetings, but not for some time. And I think it's really important to note that, as my colleague Councillor Bryn said, there are something like, and I apologise, I tried to count them, it wasn't terribly easy even to count them, let alone read them all. There are something like 46 documents associated with this debate here today. And they are not just the front-facing, public-facing documents that are associated with the published local development plan proposals, but they are some of the backing documents and the methodologies and the assessments that have been carried out. And they haven't been available to councillors prior to them entering the public domain, the main body of them. And some of the ones that are backing documents have only been available fairly recently. So yes, there has been consultation, but do I feel like I really have had the opportunity to read them all in the most up to date? No, I don't. And I've done my best to do so. So I want to just set out a couple of my concerns in the time available to me. The first is that, and councillors have spoken about, for example, the employment allocations, which are so important, and the numbers of hectares allocated across the county. I think it's important to note that almost half of that employment allocation is in Magor with Endy. So we talk about balance, but that doesn't feel very finely balanced to me. I'm going to talk about a couple of key sites. So Key Point, employment site for B2 and B8 use, candidate site for protection, CSO 211 and CSO 021, and some of the sites, or the site which is land at Endy in Rockfield Farm specifically. Now, if you so concerned, and people have heard me talk about this a number of times, and I make no apologies for speaking about the same thing. People have heard me speak about the concern that there is not enough open space in Magor with Endy on a number of occasions and in a number of different debates, in particular in the preferred strategy and in other debates that we've had recently. So I'm really perplexed that when I go to read the backing documents about areas of amenity importance which have been reviewed by officers, and officers do concede that much of the assessments are subjective. However, quite frankly, the this RDLP proposes to withdraw a number of currently designated open space sites around Magor with Dundee. In particular, those sites that form the buffer, an important aspect of Magor with Dundee, important to its character on the Gwent levels, and important to local people. I certainly haven't been consulted about that specifically. So whilst we have the removal of some of this existing buffer around Magor with Dundee, which runs essentially across Langley Close, around the back of Netherwent View, Millfield Park, up towards Dancing Hill and Rockfield Farm, it's vital to note that all documentation which relates to the development of Magor with Dundee over time, probably over the past 50 years, talks about the importance of that buffer between Magor with Dundee and the M4. This land is so important to local people in terms of protecting their open space that both the Town Council and a group of residents submitted proposals for candidate sites for protection, which include some of those sites, and also to extend the designated amenity space. Despite this, and this land being used on a daily basis by local people for informal recreation, and I note it seems that officers have concluded, without any clear explanation I can see, that land has no formal amenity value. I don't agree with this. It's also important to note it now says that this land, which is located outside of the development boundary, has no need to have any formal designation because it's an open countryside, and therefore any proposals would have to be determined in line with national and local policies, and it has essentially sufficient protection. However, I think that you might note that planning permission can be afforded for another number of purposes. And if we look at the land at Rockfield Farm in Undy, which was a candidate site put forward by the council, which hasn't been progressed into the final deposit plan, it did progress through sites A and B. But it's not allocated simply because it states that there's no sufficient and there is more sufficient and suitable land available for residential development within Sevenside. However, that land also lies outside of the development boundary, is my understanding, but quite frankly, it's very difficult to understand the maps. And therefore, you'd think that it ought to be protected by that designation if this proposal for amenity space is noted by officers to be clearly protected by its designation. Clearly not, if I've understood that correctly. And whilst I note the comments from Councillor Griffiths and Councillor Crook, actually, that there are no large-scale developments in Magor with Dundee at the present time, largely because the current planned developments are only just being built out for a number of reasons. Let us not forget that our community took a large proportion of the development in the last plan. And this plan sees Magor with Dundee take almost half of the employment allocations, despite these being mostly rollover developments. What is notable that some of those sit in the SSSI, and all of them sit on the Gwent levels. Now you'll note, and I was quite shocked by this, the Gwent levels is not noted on the proposals map, neither is the SSSI. However, the development in a SSSI, which is not necessary for the management of the site, must be avoided. And that is very recent policy guidance from Welsh Government with regard to SSSIs. A few councillors have noted them, but it would seem that this council does not afford them the protection that Welsh Government has been seeking and so many residents have been seeking. I also note that Councillor Crook noted that there has been, and residents are extremely concerned about the erosion of green spaces in Magor with Dundee. I think it's probably worth looking at the designated amenity space, because I see this plan as further eroding the open space that we have left. I have heard too many times, councillors, that the principle of development is established on sites.
1 minute left.
Thank you. And so for that reason, and my concerns that I've set out, and I haven't had time to go into the infrastructure concerns, but I've also heard too many times, or seen rather, well, we'll build it and the infrastructure will follow. There are some really grand proposals that I'm very supportive of in our transport strategy, but at this point they are just that. It's a strategy. And I don't think we can afford to endorse this proposal until we are clear. And I also wouldn't be representing the views of local residents if I didn't note the concerns around amenity space, the SSSI and the Gwent levels. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Rook.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to rake over the coals, so to speak, about the traffic issues within Chepstow, but I am going to note that this is an aspirational RLDP. This looks to address the imbalance that that has been generated over the last 15 years by the failure of the administrations at the time to build affordable housing. This has come back to roost. I think that this aspirational document is going to be something to live up to, and is something that the Welsh Government are going to keep an eye on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't see any other hands up wishing to speak. I'm going to suggest we break now. It's been well over an hour and a half. So if I call this 25 past, if we could be back in the room at 22, when I'll invite Councillor Griffiths to pick up the report. Right. Thank you very much, everyone. It's 22, and I'd like... Thank you very much, everyone. It's 22, and we'll resume. I'd like to invite Councillor Griffiths to reply to what should be questions to the report, but to reply to the report, respond to the report. Of course you may.
Madam Chair, I don't know what's happened, but we've gone really cold up top end of the building. It's gone quite nippy up here. Frostbite. You're trying to cool us down, are you?
Can I? Sorry, it is a long day. I think Councillor Lucas may have solved the problem, but I'd like us to continue with the meeting now. Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks everyone for their contributions to the debate. It's a long debate, full debate, many important issues raised. I doubt if I can give them all the regard they deserve in a short summing up, but I will do my best. Councillor Keir, Howarth, Murphy, Pavia, all raised questions, some scepticism even over the affordability requirements that are in these proposals. The 50% affordability could not be delivered, it was claimed. If this was 5 years ago, if this was a previous plan and the previous procedures, I would have shared that scepticism. The tradition throughout the UK is that a local development plan sets an affordability target, even aspiration to use Councillor Rook's phrase, which is then negotiated at the point of the planning application. And your experience in Monmouthshire, our experience, is that at that point, the negotiation eats away at the target that is set, and you end up with something far less significant. Welsh Government and ourselves, and we're leading the way on this, have reversed that whole process. We look at our housing needs assessment. We found that 50% of the population could not afford market housing. We set the challenge to site promoters. We will consider your site if you provide a financial assessment which shows that you can and will achieve 50% affordability. Those developers want to develop in Monmouth. You've had representations today that those who've been unsuccessful still want to develop in Monmouth, want their site included, and they want their site included on the basis that they want and will deliver 50% affordability. Those self-assessments have been received. They've been assessed independently. Those independent assessments have concluded that the promoters have the ability to deliver that 50% affordability. Those assessments are available to members online through SharePoint, and I will make sure, if they've been there for some time, after this meeting, I will make sure that the link, to make it clearer, is available to all. I've listened very closely, particularly to Councillor Keir with his professional experience. I believe, Councillor Keir, when you look at those assessments, you can see that the work has been done. We're in a special place in Monmouth because of high property values, and we can benefit from that in the cross-subsidy to affordable housing, and that's what the assessments prove. Councillor Rook refers to the 50% affordability as aspirational. It is high aspirational, but what I want to stress is that it is practical, hard-headed and deliverable. And if the developer says in due course that at the point of including the site, we said we could do it, but now we can't, the planning committee will be in a position in which it was never in before to refuse the application. Up until now, the Planning Committee has been told if they haven't met the viability assessment, then you still have to accept. That won't be said in future. If they do not fulfil what they've said they will fulfil, the Planning Committee can refuse. A number of councillors said, well, let's rethink this. Let's perhaps think that we can meet our housing needs by having a new settlement, a new town. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Howarth, Councillor Pavia raised that prospect. Respectfully, I suggest that would have been best raised 2 years ago when we were debating the preferred strategy. The preferred strategy we proposed then, I proposed then, was that new development, the modest development I would call it, is best focused on existing towns. Those existing towns are the jewels of the county. They have some fragility. Their vitality needs to be enhanced, and we enhance that by building within those towns. If you build a new settlement, my fear would be that you would suck the life, suck the market, the purchasing power out of the existing towns, and the jewels of Monmouth would suffer as a result. So that wouldn't have been my preference. But for those who prefer it, I wish that point had been made strongly at the point of the preferred strategy, not now. Many points were raised regarding flooding, sewage, runoff, water quality. Councillor John, Lucas, maybe, Howells raised those points. On flooding, there is no site proposed, which is that flood risk. It would not have passed scrutiny within the planning team or at any other level. We had a moratorium on development in parts of Abergavenny and Monmouth at the early stages of this because we were not allowed to do any development which ran the risk of increasing phosphates in our rivers. All these developments will have a neutral effect on those phosphates. The treatment plants at Monmouth and Abergavenny have allowed modest developments in those areas. Without them, they would not take place. There's concern over runoff. The requirements and the technologies are that any site which is developed has to absorb its own runoff. There cannot be runoff from that site. That is the significance of the sustainable drainage requirements. It will not happen. Concerns, and I take them very seriously, but I don't fully understand them. Concerns have been raised over existing water quality. I've listened to that debate. I want to talk to members individually. Where there are concerns over water quality, I am unaware of them. I'm unaware of their cause. I don't believe that any issues of water quality will be affected by development. If I thought that was the case, then I would withdraw the proposal. I want to have those conversations because I do not understand the link between the development proposal and water quality. If I find a link, I would certainly react to it. Councillor Butler raised the issue of housing quality, suggesting that 50% affordability, affordable housing, ran the risk of being of lower quality than we might require in the county. And again, a generation ago, I would have understood that and I would have seen the examples of poor quality social housing. Actually, that's an interesting one. In the 1970s and 80s, I saw it. Of course, in the 1940s and 50s, council housing in those areas was leading the way in housing quality. And what I want to put to council is that it's leading the way again. I spent some time, Councillor Pavia actually lives there, but I spent some time down on the Maybe Bridge development. And Councillor Pavia's house is a wonderful house. But the social housing built alongside that development is of higher quality than the market housing on that site. The requirements of Welsh Government for the social housing on that site, the requirements in terms of insulation, in terms of lifetime homes, in terms of energy generation, in terms of materials, are all higher than the market homes. And what we will need to do in this plan is ensure that the market housing reaches the standard that social housing is now reaching. I refer to Maybe Bridge. That was absolutely nothing to do with me. It was being built when I moved into Chepstow, but I've taken a keen interest in it. I pay credit to everyone involved, the former administration. I think it is an exemplar of urban design. Not always building design, but urban design. And what I note is, and members here will remember, there was huge scepticism in the council chamber and in the community about that development. It would result in far poorer air quality all around the area and the A48. It would result in traffic backing up in every direction. It has done none of those things. 300 homes are there being lived in, and all the fears prove to be unwarranted. And I think we can learn from that. Councillor Dymock raised important questions about transport in Caldicot and the transport requirements of an extended Caldicot. Rather like following up from what Councillor Garrick said in the debate, I just want to make a marketing pitch for the improved rail service along the Lydney-Chepstow-Caldicot line. 3 years ago, when I first moved to Chepstow, there were periods of the days when there was only one train every 2 hours. We're already near the position, and by the end of the year, we will be at the position where there will be one train every 30 minutes on that line stopping at Caldicot. And the fares will be lower at the end of the year than they have been for a decade. So lower fares, increased frequency. This is an important transport corridor. For heaven's sake, let's not talk it down, let's talk it up, so that our citizens actually recognise it exists and learn to use it.
Councillor Griffiths, you've had your the suggested 10 minutes. It's been such a long debate. I'm very happy for you to continue, but if we could keep it as concise as possible,
Okay.
That would be helpful.
I think it's also important in Caldicot, we've got the agreement from Welsh Government that the new region will be able to explore the potential for getting new access onto the M48. If I can briefly say, reference to Mega raised by Councillor Crook, Councillor Taylor, I want to stress that no new development is proposed in Mega. No new residential development, no new employment development. In terms of the question about amenity land, my understanding is that the amenity designation is given for land within the settlement boundary. We are not extending the settlement boundary. The green areas of the levels, the green areas to the north of Mega will not be developed, could not be developed as a result of these proposals. I think, my very last point, sorry. The question has been asked, what happens after this consultation? Councillor Bryn, I think in particular, answered this. If we go to consultation, a full consultation report comes back to this council, and this council will consider whether that consultation report can then be forwarded to the Planning Inspectorate. The Planning Inspectorate will consider everything that is collated in that consultation report. So if, for instance, there is a suggestion that a new site was preferable in Monmouth, that is included in the consultation report and reported to the inspector. My very last point, but what happens if you don't proceed? There's a suggestion, I think Councillor John was indicating it, that maybe we just reflect a little, maybe we just bend a little, and we can perhaps proceed at a later stage. If we don't go to consultation now, we will be in breach of our delivery agreement. We'll have to turn the clock back 3 years. We'll have to start again on a preferred strategy, etc., etc., etc. By that time, my suggestion to you is that the regional development plan will be in place, and much of the discretion that you have before you today will no longer be there. There are consequences to choosing not to proceed today with you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. We now...
Point of order. Point of order.
Yeah, can I raise a point of order, Chair, under point 27.27.4 of the Constitution? Can I ask for a recorded vote, please?
How did I know you'd say that? And you need 10 supporters, I think, for 9. But you'll have them.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah.
OK, thank you.
I'm not standing.
Thank you, Nicola.
Okay, Councillor Jill Bond.
Is it approve the plan?
Yes, so the recommendation. So, shall I just go?
Excuse me, sorry.
Yes, if you could clarify what we're voting on.
I'll just get the recommendations.
Sorry, am I accepting then? Sorry, I'm having a bit of trouble. I've got a bit of
Just wait for a second, Councillor Bond, and we'll put up.
Yeah, so we're going to be for the RLDP, against the RLDP, or abstain. Yeah. Okay. Is that okay? Right. Let me just get the recommendations.
Section 2.1 to endorse the deposit RLDP to commence statutory consultation with communities and
Do you want to put your mic up? Shall I do it? I don't mind. Okay, so the recommendations in the report are 2.1 to endorse the deposit RLDP to commence statutory consultation engagement with communities and key stakeholders, and 2.2 to agree the revised delivery agreement for the RLDP for submission to Welsh Government for approval. Okay, so Councillor Bond.
For.
Councillor Brocklesby.
Approve for.
Councillor Bromfield.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
Against youth infrastructure.
Councillor Bryn.
Abstain.
Councillor Buckler.
Against.
What do you think? What do we steal this from?
Councillor Birch.
For.
Councillor Butler.
Against due to the 50%.
Councillor Callard.
I'm for.
Councillor Chandler.
In favour.
Councillor Crook.
For.
Councillor Davis.
I'm against.
Councillor Dimmock.
Against.
Councillor Eason.
For the recommendations.
Councillor Edwards.
Against, based on the reasons I gave earlier.
Councillor Garrett.
For.
Councillor Garrick.
For.
Councillor Griffiths.
For.
Councillor Grocott.
For.
Councillor Howarth.
Against.
Councillor Howells.
For.
Councillor John.
Against.
Councillor David Jones.
Against.
Councillor Penny Jones.
Against, due to some unresolved issues.
Councillor Keir.
Against, for the reasons I gave in my report.
Councillor Lane. Councillor Lucas.
Against.
Councillor Maybe.
For.
Councillor McConnell.
For.
Councillor McKenna.
Against.
Councillor Murphy.
Against, based on my concerns over the 50%.
Councillor Pavia.
Against.
Councillor Powell.
Against.
Councillor Rook.
4.
Councillor Sandals.
4.
Councillor Jackie Strong.
4.
Councillor Peter Strong.
4.
Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Thomas.
4.
Councillor Watts.
4.
Councillor Webb.
Against.
Councillor Wright.
4.
Thank you. Sorry. That is carried 21 for, 20 against and 1 abstention. Thank you. And it's only 6 o'clock.
Right. We need another break now.
Next up is item 5.2, the Statement of Gambling Policy and Proposals for Casinos, which I believe will be introduced by Councillor Sandals.
Diolch, Gadeirydd.
We can carry on, can't we?
I think Councillor Griffiths wants to thank the team.
Okay. We're quorate, so we'll continue. Councillor Sandals, please.
Diolch, Chair. Before I introduce this policy, I'd like to say that we have Taylor Watts, our licensing officer, sat at the front, who is standing in for our principal licensing officer, Linda O'Gorman, who can't be with us today. Under the Gambling Act 2005, the Council must publish a policy of how the licensing authority will carry out their functions of licensing all gambling activities. This does exclude remote gambling, such as online gambling, as this is directly carried out by the Gambling Commission. The policy needs to be published every 3 years, and the report is the proposed renewed policy that must be in place by the 31st of January 2025. Following the request today to approve the policy here, a legal notice will be placed in a newspaper at the end of November. This notice will state the policy will be published on the 3rd of January 2025 and commence on the 31st of January 2025. The policy must also pass a resolution whether they would or would not approve casino applications. The Gambling Commission only permits an allocation of 8 large and 8 small casinos throughout the United Kingdom, and all these have been taken up already. However, each council are still required to pass a resolution and make the decision whether they will accept casino applications in case in future the Gambling Commission increases the permitted number of casinos. The report recommends that the Council continues with the resolution not to permit casinos. The acceptance of casinos would increase gambling within the county, and gambling-related harm is highlighted in the findings of the joint report from Public Health Wales and Bangor University of the true cost of gambling. The Licensing and Regulation Committee has viewed this policy on the 21st of May 2024. It then went out for consultation during the months of June to August 2024. The responses to the consultation have been included within the revised policy, and all changes to the current policy is highlighted in red. The Licensing and Regulatory Committee met again on the 17th of September 2024 and has agreed to the changes in the policy and to the resolution not to permit casinos in principle, which is subject to approval here today at full council. The recommendation is that we approve this policy. Diolch.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't see any hands asking to speak to this excellent report. So we can go straight to the vote, which is to accept the recommendations. That's passed. Thank you. Our next item of business is, and thank you to officers for waiting all this time for that very short item. 5.3 Annual Report of the Standards Committee. And again, the Chair, Peter Easy, is unable to be with us, so I'm going to ask Councillor Sandals.
Diolch again, Chair. The Chair of Standards is unable to be with us this afternoon due to a medical appointment and has asked me to introduce this report on his behalf. This is a statutory report that the Standards Committee is required to bring to Council annually under the Local Government and Elections Act 2021. The content of the report is prescribed by the legislation as set out by the various headings within the report. To summarise, the committee met twice during the 2023-24 municipal year, on the 12th of June and the 9th of October 2023. During this time, the Standards Committee received one report from the Public Services Ombudsman for Wales following an investigation by the Ombudsman in relation to a member of a community council. The matter was heard by a panel made up of independent members of the Standards Committee on the 28th of August 2024, and the outcome was reported on the Council's website in accordance with the committee's procedure. No notices were received from the adjudication panel for Wales in respect of any member of the County Council or any member of the community or town councils in our area. The report notes that all members have received relevant statutory code of conduct training and the committee has no recommendations to make to the authority. Attached to the report is a copy of the Ombudsman's annual letter, which, at Appendix E, sets out information in relation to the Code of Conduct complaints received by the Ombudsman in respect of Monmouthshire County Council. Members will note that there were 16 such complaints. Of those 16, the Ombudsman found there was no further action necessary in relation to one of them and decided not to investigate the remaining 15. The Chair and the rest of the Standards Committee strongly commends all members of the authority for continuing to maintain high standards of conduct throughout 2023-24. The recommendation is that the Council notes this report. Diolch, Chair.
Councillor Bromfield.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say on behalf of the Conservative group, we congratulate Peter Easy on his new role as Chair, and I personally look forward to a close working relationship with him moving forward, and we fully endorse this report. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Brocklesby.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the whole council, I would like to congratulate Mr Peter Easy for his appointment as Standard Chair, and also to thank him for the work he's done since being appointed. I also note the Ombudsman's report, and I also acknowledge the work of the councillors on the Standards Committee, and also all the councillors of Monmouthshire County Council who, by this report, have shown that we continue to keep the highest standards in public life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nicola? If there's no dissent, that report is noted. I see no dissent, so noted. And our next item of business is the Safeguarding Annual Evaluation Report, and I'd like to invite Councillor Chandler to speak to that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to present this Safeguarding Evaluation Report. This report provides elected members with an annual update regarding safeguarding activity across the Council and evaluates the Council's current position within key aspects of safeguarding. I would say that safeguarding of vulnerable individuals from harm caused by abuse, neglect or exploitation is a responsibility that this Council takes very seriously. The Council has a statutory responsibility to safeguard and protect children under the age of 18, as well as such adults who are potentially vulnerable to abuse or exploitation because of their particular care and support needs. And presenting the annual report to Council allows us to provide assurance to members in respect of the safeguarding activity that is in place across the county, as well as providing an honest assessment as to the effectiveness of those arrangements and where improvement or further development is required. Prior to this report coming into Council, members will note that the evaluation report was presented at a Performance and Overview Scrutiny Committee on the 8th of October, where members of the People's Scrutiny Committee were also present. A number of questions and points were explored during committee, ensuring that proper scrutiny was undertaken into this critical function of the Council. In terms of the report itself, the annual report is developed by members of the Whole Authority Safeguarding Group, which includes representation from every directorate within the Council. The purpose of the Whole Authority Safeguarding Group is to provide senior oversight and leadership in respect of the Council's safeguarding activity and to build collective knowledge around safeguarding matters within Monmouthshire. The report is based on activity and information from April 2023 to March 2024 and provides an evaluation of the 5 cornerstones of safeguarding with a self-assessed score using the corporate scoring framework. The cornerstones of safeguarding are good governance, safe services, a safe workforce, preventative approaches, and robust protection. This year, I'm pleased to report that the cornerstones of prevention and robust protection have improved from a rating of good to very good, and with the other 3 cornerstones remaining the same as either good or very good. The report is lengthy, as might be expected given the whole Council perspective and the evidence required to support a self-assessment process. However, I would like to highlight a few key areas. We are fortunate to have maintained strong leadership in safeguarding right across the Council and including members. It is so important that safeguarding is understood by everybody as a key part of their role. The introduction of the National Safeguarding Standards and the training management system, THINKI, has the potential to significantly enhance our ability to ensure that everyone is trained consistently to the right level in keeping with their roles and responsibilities. And we'd like to see this further developed over coming months, including a module for elected members. The breadth and diversity of preventative services is a real strength in Monmouthshire. We've maintained positive work on addressing exploitation, including our involvement in the National Referral Mechanism, and we continue to work collectively with a range of partners to address ongoing and emerging issues, such as, for example, vaping. And in respect of our scoring regarding robust protection, we were able to triangulate it this year with the Care Inspectorate Wales's detailed inspection of children's services, which took place in February 2024. And this provided good evidence of effective safeguarding practices, as well as areas for improvement. And I'm acutely aware that, with regard to this, I'm acutely aware that demand pressures on our front door services are very real, and supporting practice in this area remains a key priority for the service. So in summary, I would ask members to recognise that safeguarding remains a continuous endeavour, with always more that can be done, and where risks can never be completely mitigated. However, this annual report helps to keep safeguarding at the forefront of people's awareness, holds the directorates within the Council to account, and sets out some priority safeguarding activity for the year. So my recommendation is that members endorse the safeguarding report and the proposed activity plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chandler. Councillor Watts.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Sorry, it's a really interesting read, actually, statistically. Obviously, it's the element of self-evaluation, and I'm sorry to be cynical, but if you go down to section 6, there is a kind of report then on the number of complaints that were received, split into effectively under 18s and then the adults as well. The question is, do you think that we have a full understanding of why people are complaining and what those issues are? Do you feel confident in that we're kind of able to regulate ourselves and then review ourselves, especially when we're the recipients or potentially the recipients of a number of varied complaints? And obviously you can't go into those complaints because they're safeguarding complaints. What do you think about that?
Yes, by all means. Councillor Jones.
Sorry, I was waiting for the answer first. My question, of course, this came to scrutiny, which we attended, and lots of questions were asked, and I feel it was scrutinised quite thoroughly. So my question is just to what extent do we work with or alongside the Health Board, please? In particular, perhaps the Children's Services. Thank you.
I didn't see other hands up, so I'd invite Councillor Chandler.
I think, in terms of addressing Councillor Watts's question, I think I am reassured about the confidence for our ability to handle that. We have, as I said, the particular number of referrals we're getting in terms of children's services has risen quite a lot, and I think we're exploring the reasons for that, and we discussed this at Scrutiny Committee. There are a number of, we feel there are probably reasons that are not because more children are suffering harm, but because there is a different way that people are referring into us, and we're trying to investigate that. So we're doing a lot more work in terms of a deep dive into the data to find that out. But while we're doing that, I want to reassure that actually every referral we get is getting investigated. It's putting a strain on our front door. There's no two ways about it. But everyone is getting investigated, being assessed and being dealt with. So I am confident that we're dealing with that. With adults, again, similarly, it's a different pattern. But I am assured through the work of the group, the whole authority safeguarding group, and the level of oversight that we have on safeguarding, and the assessments that have been done, that actually we are able to adequately address and respond to concerns that are raised to us. Sometimes And particularly, I think you'd understand with adults, it's not always clear cut in terms of where neglect, where abuse, particularly financial abuse, may be coming in. So it's not such a clear-cut issue as it sometimes is with children. But I think it is an area where we have a level of expertise, a level of knowledge, and a drive for continual improvement. And I think Jane Rogers would probably endorse that. So from where I've read and from the overview that I've given, I have that level of confidence. But that doesn't mean to say, as I said in my introductory remarks and is said in the report, that we can't mitigate all risks, we can't eliminate all risks. So we are continually looking at seeing how we can improve on that performance. And that's part of this self-assessment, is to say, where can we make improvements? So I hope that's a measured...
No, that's a good answer. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you. In terms of Councillor Jones's question, how much are we collaborating with the Health Board on this? I'm looking for a steer for the Chief Officer. We collaborate widely on this particular issue. We do, is the answer, is the nod that I'm getting, but I'm happy to come back to you outside of this meeting with a little bit more of an in-depth answer to that, because I don't think off the top of my head I can respond to that. But I think, part of our approach is about engaging with partners. We engage with partners, not just across all the directorates, but with other partners, whether it's with schools and education and colleges, whether it's with the police, whether it's with the Health Board. There is a continual flow of information. So I think if that's what you mean, information flows are definitely there, if that's the essence of the question. So I'm assured on that.
Yes.
So
thank you. Thank you. It's yes, definitely from a safeguarding point of view, because all local authorities have to work with the Health Board at some stage. So I would be interested to talk to you at some time about it. Thank you.
And of course, well, I'll leave it at that. So I think hopefully that's answered the questions. And as I said, we can, it is a continuous improvement, and there's opportunities to raise any further concerns with me, and I'll take them forward.
Thank you, Councillor. So the report is there, and with the proposal to receive and endorse it. Again, I'm just going to look for any dissent, and seeing none, it is received and endorsed. Thank you, Councillor. And our last report to consider is the Annual Director's Report for 2023 to 2024 for Social Care, Safeguarding and Health. And I'd like to invite Chief Officer Jane Rogers, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. I'm very pleased to be with you today to share what is my third Director's Report, which covers the period from April 2023 to March 2024. I'm very sorry that it's rather late in the evening to be presenting this, and I did wonder through the previous debate whether I should just go his report, any questions, but I've opted to say a few words if you would bear with me. As members are aware, I am obliged under the Social Services Wellbeing Act to provide an annual account of matters within social care. It always feels rather daunting when I set out to collate and gather the information and write the report on an annual basis as I do. But once I start the process, it actually becomes quite personally rewarding and what I feel to be quite a valuable exercise. It's that opportunity to reflect, to take stock of what has happened over the year, where we've made progress, where we still have challenges, where we've encountered opportunities and seized them, and how operating contexts change even over the course of a year. So all that sort of runs through my head as I'm trying to sort of write the report. This supports me and my colleagues to understand our services better, the impact that we have on people who need care and support, and critically guides us in our decisions as we decide where we need to put our resources and what we need to do next. You'll see that I've used the same sway format that I've done last report a couple of years, which, it is quite an interactive way. But I do want to reiterate that this is absolutely the last year. I know I said that last year, but moving forward from now on, we've got a set template that we're going to be using, provided by the Welsh Government. So it'll be a very different report next year, for good or ill. I've used the report to try to expose some of the inner workings of social care, with the occasional case study to try and bring things to life a bit more. I've brought in a range of evidence and data sources in an attempt to really get into that critical evaluation. So it's not just what we say, but maybe what CIW, what people say, and so forth, as well as factual performance information. But I realise that there's always a danger of bringing a personal bias, when I'm writing that report, in terms of what I choose to bring forward and what maybe slips out. But I'll leave you to be the judge of how well I've achieved that. I'll just say a little bit around the content. But before I do that, I really want to thank the people who've contributed to the report, and I'm extremely grateful for the support and contributions from the various teams and services within the Directorate, Social Care and Health. But moreover, I can't continue to say anything else about the report until I've done the most important thing, which is to thank the social care workforce. I can only write the report because of the hard work that goes on day in and day out across the service. And in many ways, when I write the report, it's really an opportunity to honour and thank the social care and health workforce, who remain some of the most dedicated, compassionate and caring people imaginable. So just moving on to a little bit about content, most of you will be aware that there's some acute and deep-rooted challenges across social care and health. Right across the sector, increasing demand, ever more tightening of available resources, so there's just no easy solutions. Nevertheless, we remain true to our ambition within Monmouthshire to provide good quality services for people who have care and support needs. A few words specifically about children's services. Children's services I've been involved with for many, many years, as most of you will be aware. We're unwavering in our core purpose to support children to live safely and happily with their families and communities, and to build the skills and resilience they need to achieve their full potential. At the end of the year, we were supporting 502 children, including 89 children who were identified at risk on the Child Protection Register, and 200 children who were looked after, including 15 unaccompanied asylum-seeking children. We've continued to develop a range of family support services, enabling children to remain with or return to their homes and communities wherever it's possible to do so. And notably this year, our baseline figure of children who were looked after had reduced again by 16, following on from reductions previous years. This year, we withstood a very significant increase in referrals into the service, as was alluded to in the last report, and from a range of professionals. Yet, despite this, we ensured that decisions made within one working day about how to handle these referrals remained at 99%, ensuring that children potentially at risk were safeguarded. The overarching challenge within children's services remains our ability to address the insufficiency of placement options for children who need to be looked after. To this end, we've made considerable progress in developing in-house residential provision, and over the next year, we will be refocusing our efforts in the recruitment of in-house foster carers. Briefly turning to adult services, it goes without saying that adult services support some of the most vulnerable people within our communities. We have a highly professional workforce whose key aim is to ensure that people are supported to do what matters to them and achieve personal well-being, whatever their individual needs and whatever stage of life they are at. However, achieving this aim in the face of ongoing increased demand for costly provision, competing priorities over how we use our resources, particularly between hospital and community, and the growing cost of care remains challenging. Over the year, we've continued to pursue a programme of change and development with the intention of increasing the longer-term sustainability of adult social care. We focused on how we assess and provide services in a consistent way, increasing our understanding of practice, And we've focused on freeing up capacity to ensure that anyone who would benefit from it has access to a reablement service. Although this year we did manage to provide reablement to more people, 331 people this year, contrasted with 184 from last year, there is still much room for improvement. To help with this, we've started to look in detail at how we might increase resilience in the provider care market so that we can continue to ensure that our in-house provision is freed up increasingly for the speciality which is reablement. Much of this requires that step-by-step approach, looking at balances of risks and consequences at every step. However, there are always positives to report. And at year end, we were supporting over 1,500 people on care and support plans. We saw a significant improvement in ensuring timely access to care at home, with 8,714 hours of weekly care being delivered, which is over 96% of the overall care at home that's required. We've increased our use of assistive tech and opened an assistive tech hub in Chepstow Hospital. And still in our social care survey, over 89% of people feel that the care and support they were provided with met their needs. And of course, we saw the opening of our fantastic new facility, Severnview Park, providing the way forward for specialist care for people living with dementia. So lots achieved, but still much, much more to do. The report covers a lot of ground, and it is hard at times not to feel overwhelmed by the tasks at hand, the issues and challenges we face. Yet there is no reason for pessimism. We have many, many strengths to draw on, and we are certainly not without ideas. My optimism springs from our strong service base and the commitment and expertise of the workforce, the strength in our local and regional partnerships, and the stability within our leadership. But most of all, our commitment to keep true to our values, supporting people in Monmouthshire to live their own best lives. So thank you for bearing with me, but I wanted to do it.
Thank you, and thank you for waiting for us. Thank you. There are, I see a few hands up. So Councillor Howarth.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jane, for your report. May I just start by saying this is not a criticism of this authority. I think this is a criticism of the Gwent region of authorities. Do you believe that this criticism is fair to say that we as authorities are a problem with bed blocking within an Iron Bevan on the basis of is we do not move quick enough on readmitting back into the society within the counties on the basis of is we don't move quick enough, and is it all revolved around the payment side of it? So when you have a medical condition, as we all know, that is down to the health board. When you have a health issue, that is down to possibly the needs of families or the individual, and we have to resolve that with whoever's going to pay for that service. And I know about this because it happened personally but I do have feedback that actually there's a lot of bed blocking going on with people who cannot get out of hospital and they need to get out of hospital, but we and others do not move quick enough to make sure that their services that they do require are catered for. So I just wanted to ask you what your thoughts are on that criticism. Not just us, but I think all authorities really do not move quick enough on getting patients out of hospital because of resources for us, let's say, social workers, making sure that the needs are with the individual there, and making sure that we go to meetings and sit with the health board, because there is a financial side of this as well, that actually it may be that the health board will discharge patients and then we end up with probably a lot of payments to be passed around the system. And I think that's important as well. That I just wanted an answer really on whether you think that criticism is possibly truly let's say, to be said is correct. Thank you.
Which would you prefer?
Maybe get the questions and then answer.
For sure. Sorry, so Councillor Bond, please.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Jane. Thank you very much for this, the report and all the work that's gone into it. As you know, we've scrutinised this and the previous report at great length in the scrutiny meeting, and I just want to repeat how we applaud and appreciate the great work that you and all your teams have been doing, especially in these difficult times with stretched resource and tight budgets. I really applaud the Welsh Government initiated but put into practice yourself the in-house residential and foster carer work. It's very much welcomed. And I know that you continue to look at best practice and reduce waste. We discussed that in length at the scrutiny meetings, and identify areas for improvement, as you've just alluded to as well. And also, importantly, and related to what's just been said, is working with Aneurin Bevan and Clais, which we discussed in the scrutiny, to streamline and improve the care process holistically. So well done you, and please carry on doing the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackie Strong.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jane. And obviously, our thanks goes out to the whole teams, the range of teams within social services and reablement and beyond, really. I've just got a very quick question, and actually it relates to, I had the opportunity to, visited the new Sevenview Park care home several times now, but I had an invite to meet the new carers group. So the cared for and the carers meet together in the boroughs, and it was lovely. So I had a chance to sit down with those and it was women, the wives of the people that they look after, and I was taken by some of the comments they made about support for carers. And I note on the report that the actual number of carers assessments has gone down in the last year to 147. One of the women that I was chatting to has waited 8 months for a carers assessment. Is that the average? And I just want to have some idea about the length of waiting time for an assessment, what the expectations could be of those people waiting for those assessments, what support is around, even if there's not a care package for the carer, what the level of support is from Monmouthshire County Council for carers, basically. So thank you, but thanks for the report, it's lovely.
Thank you. Councillor Eason.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jane, for your report. In terms of safeguarding, I've gone through the tables, but I can't find any answers to it. In regarding to children who are actually carers, do we have many within the county, and do they get the support they need as young carers?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jones.
Thank you. And Jane, yes, we've already scrutinised this, as has already been stated, so I won't ask any questions again. I'd just like to say that I've recently witnessed the positive effects of a reablement package. It was an incredibly positive effect had an incredibly positive effect on the family, and it was, it speeded the procedures up very quickly. So the procedures are all there. Obviously, the problem is staffing them all. But it's all in place. So I just want to put on record, on behalf of the Conservative group, just how much we appreciate all the work that you do, both in children's services and adult services, you and your team. And we'd just like to thank you for it. Thanks, Jane.
Thank you. Councillor Watts.
Yeah, I think you can confidently say, Penny, that that probably extends to every member, not just the Conservative group.
Yes, I'm sure.
I'm not being disingenuous or
Yes.
just political about it, but I think you
No.
know we can all say that we're all really grateful, genuinely.
I'll let you do it.
My question really evolves around, and heart might sink on this, Jane. Is that so? Recently, I chose to subject the an Arran Bevan Health Board to a freedom information request, and it was about the amount of people in Chepstow. I was concerned the amount of people who were being diagnosed with dementia, Alzheimer's, or any kind of degenerative disease over the age of 65 or even younger. And the figures I got back were staggering. But I asked the specific question I'd asked them, and I didn't get a response, was how often are those people reassessed? And what does that reassessment look like? Are those people assessed through diagnosis? Is it just an evaluation? And then subsequently, you know, mapping that out, what kind of support then would we be able to provide them? And unfortunately, but not surprisingly, they said that my request exceeded 18 hours worth of work, so therefore they couldn't answer the question. Now, I know that you guys work very, very closely with, you know, dementia patients. It's a very difficult process. I've got personal experience of that, and most people in the room will know of that experience as a carer myself. I guess my question is how, and I know you're going to be very careful in your answer here, but how confident are you that families are being assessed on a regular basis, the reassessment and subsequent diagnosis of that reassessment is thorough and to the point, and then how confident are you that those families who may be, whether it's a husband or wife team, or whether or not it's the children, or maybe, you know, uncles and aunties, you know, on that pathway really through dementia, how confident you are that we're getting the support if we don't actually know if these people are effectively being assessed or not?
Thank you. And Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to hear that the format of the report is likely to change, because I think this is an absolutely excellent report, having looked just at the, particularly with the accessible version, for any citizen who wants to know about social care in Monmouthshire and how it works. It is a really well-written, detailed, comprehensive, and I have to say inspiring report, especially with the feedback from clients. So I just want to say thank you to that, and thank you to all the staff involved.
Thank you. Councillor Chandler.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Jane. It would be remiss of me not to contribute to this while Jane is just preparing her answers to the questions. First of all, I just want to thank Jane, because I think, as people have said, it's an excellent report. It's informative, it's readable, it's accessible, it's honest. And it doesn't hold back. It's not sugarcoating the issues. It highlights some real achievements that we've made. And you know, as Jane highlighted in her introductory thing, you know, the reduction in the numbers of children that are being looked after because of our preventative work, our family support work, is brilliant. You know, the introduction of the new children's placement strategy, so that we can make sure that we're looking after children closer to home instead of having to them being sent far away into independent settings. Bringing in the new domiciliary care commissioning strategy so that we're less dependent on the vagaries of market forces to try and control some of the way that we're commissioning some of the domiciliary care and transitioning some of our in-house work to more reablement, which, as Jane has said, shows real progress, but we just need to be able to put more resources into it to be able to scale it up. So those are good things. She's mentioned Severnview Park, and so has Councillor Strong, you know, which is a brilliant piece of, you know, a brilliant setting, but most importantly, a brilliant model of care that has been developed over years, that has been many years in that gestation. That's good. And then, of course, things like, some of the other challenges that we've had to face, like the implementation of the independent review into My Day, My Life, is something that's not been straightforward, but is well underway and is nearing completion. So all of those things have really happened. There's real progress, and I think that doesn't take away from the fact that there are real challenges, and that challenges we face. And as Councillor Howarth highlighted in terms of the high-profile nature of the issue of hospital beds and the focus that's been brought on to how do we get people out of hospital quicker to release those beds. And I would have to say, and I'll still let Jane to answer this, but it's been a matter of a lot of debate, and myself and other cabinet members for social care and other council leaders, along with health board officials and others in social care, have been having a number of fairly in-depth conversations with the cabinet secretary for health and social care and the minister for social care, where we've been really investigating the data on this. What we feel we're doing really well at is actually preventing people from going into hospital in the first place. So we've invested quite a lot into those integrated community level services that actually prevent unnecessary hospital admissions, and we've done a lot there. But I think Councillor Howarth is right to talk about, there is still more work that could be done to speed up discharges, and the data there is helping us to do that, and we're committed to trying to make that happen. But he's also right that there is a perverse financial disincentive within the system that means the more that we invest in trying to get people out of hospital, the more money the health board is saving, but the more costs are falling on the council, because we've got to provide those care packages for the people that we're getting out of hospital. So we're also talking to the Welsh Government about how do we try and tackle that perverse system failure, in effect, that puts them, that directs the money away from where it's needed to. Those are things that are going to happen. But I thought I would mention that because I think that maybe goes a little bit sort of outside of Jane's remit on that. The final thing that I want to say is that given all of the challenges that we face, that increasing numbers, particularly of older people coming into the system, and the increasing complexity of the care, and our need that we have to control the costs, we have to be really forensic in how we're dealing with this, it does put a huge strain on the workforce, and it's only through that committed workforce that we have, the dedication they put in, particularly when understaffed and having to cover more caseloads than they probably should, is I really want to commend that workforce, because I think they've done such a good job under such trying circumstances. They've taken us through COVID. We're still feeling the after effects of COVID in the way that people are wanting and experiencing care, and that is a work that they have just carried on throughout all of these challenges. So I think on behalf of the whole council, I just wanted to give a huge heartfelt thank to the social care workforce at all levels in that, whether they're commissioned domiciliary care workers, whether they're staff members of the council themselves, no matter what role they're doing incredible work under really challenging circumstances. So thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Jane, do you want to respond?
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, before I go on to the individual questions, just to thank members for their kind words about the report, but more importantly about the workforce and about the services. So very many thanks for that. So firstly, thank you, Councillor Howarth. Yes, nobody wants to see somebody who is ready to leave hospital have to stay for longer, and also, you asked, is it a fair criticism? I mean, what I would say is there is always more that we can do. Every social care and health authority across Wales is grappling with this issue, and what we want to arrive at is a really great integrated system where we're all working together and we all understand each individual patient's journey through their time in hospital, having avoided any unnecessary admission, and ensuring that a patient citizen can come out of hospital in as timely way as possible. That's what we're all aiming for. And, you know, that's why in Gwent we're working really hard under the Regional Partnership Board to develop different sort of services, teams, projects that do that, try to turn around at the front door, try to make sure that the hospital flow is looked at. And at a local level, we're now looking more again at how our discharge resources work, you know, making sure that roles and responsibilities are really lined up. Finances do come into it in terms of the assessment that the social workers need to undertake when somebody is ready to leave, you know, all that, how much of that can we get up front is a complex. For me, coming into adult service, it's the most complicated area of the work, really, and the most challenging in terms of really getting that integration. But yeah, it's a totally valid question. We're working hard at it, both locally and regionally, and of course it's got national attention. So there's no hiding places in this, and we'll continue to do our very, very best to, you know, really improve matters. Thank you for the question on that one. Councillor Strong, yeah, so in terms of the reduced number of assessments, I did actually ask the carers lead for that, and I included it in the report actually, that I think there was, certainly from that team's point of view, they felt that there'd been a strengthening of preventative services and the general offer, which actually has fed into or been a cause factor of why there's been a reduced level of carers assessments. And what she did comment on was that when they do a carers assessment, it's actually quite a complicated, complex picture that they're assessing. So, you know, whether that's wholly accurate, I mean, that's certainly the information that's been brought to me in terms of why. Waiting 8 months does seem rather a long time to me. It would, you know, normally if somebody needs a carers assessment, it's something that needs to happen relatively quickly, isn't it? I can't comment on that individual one. It's longer than we would expect. Whilst people do wait, but there may be very good reasons for it, and I'll go back to the service and ask about that one particularly. But when people are waiting, they still have access to the general offer, to the support group that you were talking about. There's some third sector organisations that we work with to support unpaid carers. They do such a valuable job, don't they? You know, without them, our service wouldn't be where they are. So thanks for the question and for highlighting it, and I will certainly go back around that individual case.
Chair, can I just come back in quickly? The group that I was sort of alluding to was run by one of the Gavo Wellbeing team. So yeah, I'm bringing lots of sort of organisations, not just sort of statutory service together. So yeah, brilliant.
The other question from Councillor Eason, thank you very much for this. Yes, children who are carers, there's a specialist young carers service that's sort of bridges between children's services and the carers team. They have specialist young carers workers. We carry out numbers of assessments of young carers, and they have lots of fun activities that are put on and support services in the same way that adult carers do. And we have a worker that looks at when young carers transition into becoming more adult carers or whatever it is that they want to do in their lives next. So Councillor Eason, yes, we assess children who are carers, and we have a service for young carers.
Can I quickly come in and say congratulations on the work you've done in Herbert Road, which you should be filling early November, I'm told.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Eason.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then there was a council around dementia care from Councillor Watts. Again, really, you know, really good question. And the assessment and reassessment from dementia from a medical point of view doesn't come under our services, but obviously the ongoing care and support that a person with dementia and the people the family members or whoever are caring for them does come under our social care remit, and it really depends on each situation. So obviously every person's journey through dementia is very individual. we're often putting in specialist home care or providing carers services or ultimately finding placements for people. And depending what that particular care and support plan is, that would be reviewed along the way. People can always request a reassessment if their needs change or if a condition deteriorates. We've got plenty of assistive tech now that we help, we sort of bring in when we're supporting people with dementia. So the answer is sort of yes, it depends, but we're always open to reviewing the care and support plans that are already in place and reassessing if needs change. I hope that answers that question. And I think that was it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your report, for taking all the questions, for all the work you do, and for staying as late as you have. So thank you. That would lead us to our next items of business, which are two motions. Councillor.
Can I make a point of personal clarification, please, Chair? I note that a member who's never asked a question or proposed a motion in full council now has two burning issues for us to consider. I think this is another attempt to pack out this agenda, and it feels like a political stunt to prevent councillors from going and talking to members of the public in Monmouth.
That's not a point of order or information, nor was it.
That's paranoia, Chair. That's what it is. Paranoia.
Thank you. I've heard that. I'm looking around the room. It was not a point of order, nor in my view very courteous. I'm looking around the room to see if anyone wants to raise a hand in preference for a break, or whether, yes? Sorry, just no. Okay, no, you're probably speaking for more than one. I'm going to suggest 10 minutes. 10 minutes, I'm back. 10 minutes, so back at 5 past by the Sorry? Right, I think I said 5 past.
No, she's just saying if you're doing recorded vote, there's obviously a last
Hello. I think those of us that are going to be back are now back. Slightly lopsided chamber.
Chair, could I raise a point of order, please?
Sir, certainly.
Chair, I noticed that all of the Conservative members of this council have left either the chamber or left the meeting online. And I just wondered, how is that recorded in the register of that is in public record of people's attendance at meetings? Will they be marked as having attended this meeting even though they've left before the business is finished? Or will they be marked as being absent or partially absent? Because I think it is a matter of great concern to the public about how seriously their councillors take council business as opposed to going off and doing political campaigning in the by-election that's taking place today. So I'm very concerned about this and the disrespect that they're showing the council and the residents of this county.
It's not a point of order, is it? So a rule or what has been broken? If not... Sorry, a point of order, there has to be a rule broken or a law has been broken, and the member has to cite which rule or law has been broken before they can raise it. So if you could identify which rule or law, I suppose I can give you a clue that there isn't one. So, you know, thank you.
Chair, can it not be, sorry, can it not just be noted on file that that's happened?
Chair, I would like to ask for a recorded vote on both motions, please. Because I think that is the way we record. You will note that both the Green Independents have remained behind and are putting their democratic duties first. I would also like to put it on record that the opposition are not the only ones fighting a by-election. It actually refers to 3 parties within this council. 2 parties have elected to do our duty.
Thank you. Noted. For a recorded vote, you'll need 9 in support. No, hang on a second. But I'd ask you to ask for that at the start of each item, and we'll just proceed accordingly. So,
Point of order?
Jill, is that Councillor Bond? Is that a point of order?
Yes. Well, is it a standard? What was said just before the break, which is why I was hoping that we wouldn't have a break so that people would have an excuse to go. What was said before, I think, was out of order, and I think there should be some response. I know it's not a point of order, I know, but it's talking about standards and how good we've been in standards. That was uncalled for.
You're absolutely right. It's not a point of order, however. So I think we will. But thank you.
Chair.
Right.
Chair.
Yes, Councillor.
Could I raise an emergency motion stating that this chamber does not condone the behaviour displayed by the leader of the Conservatives at the end of this session, and that it requests that he makes a full public apology at the next full council meeting, please?
And I support that.
Okay. Brilliant, thanks.
Okay, hang on a sec.
Garrick.
Chair, can I ask how many emergency motions we can slide through now that they're not in the chamber? Maybe you could ask the monitoring officer.
Chair, can we move on, please?
Can we move on with the agenda,
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, I'm quite happily stay till about 2
Thank
o'clock
you.
if we can get stuff through.
Yeah, unfortunately or fortunately, those are unlikely to pass the bar as emergency motions, and that which has been suggested is not an emergency motion either. So I'm going to proceed with the items that we do have on the agenda, please. So item 6.1, submitted by County Councillor Marian Howells, your first motion. Do you have a seconder?
I second that motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Howells.
Thank you, Chair. Council notes the RSPCA's Bang Out of Order campaign, which highlights how pets, horses and livestock are affected by fireworks, many of them hurting themselves in reaction to the noise and flashes. Therefore, Council resolves to actively promote a public awareness campaign via the Council's social media channels about the impact of fireworks on animal welfare and vulnerable people, including the precautions that can be taken to mitigate risks. To write to the Welsh Government urging them to utilise any levers at their disposal to mitigate any negative impacts on animals and vulnerable people of the hosting of firework displays. And thirdly, to write to the UK Government urging them to introduce legislation to limit the maximum noise levels of fireworks to 90 decibels for those sold to the public for private displays. Fellow councillors, I would like to highlight an important issue that affects not only our pets but also wildlife, livestock and even our communities, the use of fireworks. The RSPCA's Bang Out of Order campaign is a crucial initiative addressing the serious distress that fireworks cause to animals each year. Every bonfire night, New Year's Eve or random private firework display, animals suffer from fear, injuries and even death. This campaign asks for a stronger regulation on firework use, striking a balance between responsible enjoyment and animal welfare. Currently in the UK, fireworks can be legally sold to the public from the 15th of October to the 10th of November. However, it is common for fireworks to be set off unexpectedly outside these times. This unpredictability makes it almost impossible for pet owners and farmers to prepare. All too often, we hear reports of cats and dogs becoming distressed by the sudden loud bangs and horses injuring themselves as they try to escape in panic. Wildlife is even more vulnerable, where their heightened sensitivity to sound, many species are disorientated, flee into dangerous areas, or abandon their habitats entirely. Debris produced by fireworks can also pose a hazard to animals such as horses and farm livestock. The RSPCA campaign has 4 key goals: to raise awareness about the impact of fireworks on animals, to encourage the general public to be more considerate of pets, horses, livestock, as well as local wildlife. 2, that the sale of fireworks for bonfire night should be limited to the 29th of October to the 5th of November. In addition, they believe that there should be restrictions introduced to limiting the days that fireworks can be let off, thereby restricting the period over which animals are exposed to them, similar to what is done in Scotland. 3, that the maximum permitted noise level of fireworks for public sale to be reduced from 120 decibels to 90 decibels, and the introduction of a labelling system identifying the noise level of fireworks, for example, loud or low noise, to allow consumers to make an informed choice. Setting the limit at 90 decibels would be consistent with the approach in other countries. And finally, 4, that all public firework displays to be licensed by the relevant licensing authority, with information about the proposed displays provided in the local area several weeks in advance to allow mitigating measures to be put in place. This is not a small issue. In 2023, an RSPCA survey showed that 67% of respondents said that private backyard displays were the primary cause of their animals' fear. Fireworks produce sound levels of between 120 to 175 decibels, well beyond the thresholds that can cause harm. To put that into perspective, sound levels over 85 decibels can damage human hearing, while anything above 140 decibels causes immediate pain. Dogs, cats and horses have far more sensitive hearing than we do, making fireworks a truly distressing experience for them. It's not just about fear. Animals can suffer from tinnitus, hearing loss and long-term damage from exposure to loud noises. Polls show widespread support for change. A 2022 survey found that nearly half of the UK adults agree that fireworks should be restricted to the traditional dates, like bonfire night. Among pet owners, 63% reported that their animals showed signs of distress during the fireworks season. The public wants to see quieter alternatives, with over half of those surveyed supporting silent fireworks and the increasingly popular drone displays. Just over half, 52% of UK adults expected their elected representatives to promote fireworks safety. In conclusion, the RSPCA's Bang Out of Order campaign is a necessary step towards ensuring animal welfare during fireworks events. It aims to create a more balanced approach to fireworks celebrations where animals are protected from unnecessary suffering. By supporting this campaign, we can ensure that our pets, livestock and wildlife are no longer subjected to the harmful effects of random loud fireworks. I ask that we work together to raise awareness, support responsible firework use, and ultimately protect the animals we care for. I hope you will all support this motion. Thank you. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. It was seconded by Councillor Bryn. Do you wish to speak now, Councillor, or right to the end?
I can speak now if you want. I don't know if I can add much more than has already been said, really, that, you know, animals are sentient beings that are adapted to their environment, you know, so they may be used to loud bangs from thunder and lightning, but obviously they're already prepared for that with the air pressure changes and everything, whereas with fireworks, they come out of the blue, and animals can be harmed when they try to suddenly escape from these loud noises. And so, yeah, I'm really... I'm in favour of the Bang Out of Order campaign and fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Chair. Did we agree that we would have a recorded vote? Does that come now, before I speak?
After the debate, please.
After the debate, okay. Thank you. I totally agree with this. Absolutely correct. And I was pleased to hear that you said not just at this time of year, because I actually attended the coronation celebration in Chepstow, and it was down by the riverfront, and then we're nesting birds, and it was awful. It was so very upsetting. But also, I was thinking also for mental health, people with mental health issues, and also for the older generation, the shock and the particularly, I guess, people with PTSD would suffer with these sudden loud bangs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Chandler.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And yeah, I'd like to thank Councillor Howells for bringing forward this motion. I haven't got much to add in terms of the statistics and the details, except to say that as a candidate in the general election earlier this year, like all candidates, I received a number of emails from residents in the constituency. And I would just say that by far the most overwhelming number of emails that we had were on a variety of issues related to animal welfare. Animal welfare is clearly a topic that the residents of Monmouthshire feel really deeply about and feel strongly about, strong enough to be able to write to a number of candidates at a general election. So I just wanted to sort of emphasise the importance of this issue to our residents this one act is not going to solve issues of animal welfare, but it is going to take a real tangible step that this council it has in its control to be able to move things forward. So thank you, Councillor Howells, for bringing it forward, and I do commend this motion and support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas.
Thanks, Chair. I fully agree with this motion. I'm not going to say a great deal, but I do think we need to pass this motion tonight in terms of animal welfare, but also in terms of people welfare. People who live in built-up areas, certainly some people who are perhaps suffering from mental health issues, older people, people with very young children, going to bed, etc. The noise levels now are really beyond belief, and I just think at times, certainly in some areas, some of my ward members dread November the 5th and other occasions when fireworks are set off because of animal welfare issues. But for themselves, and particularly for people living on their own, and some people who get quite worried about it. And finally, in reality, for some people, it's just a chance for some free sort of antisocial behaviour, and fireworks are being used as more as weapons rather than entertainment. So I think anything that we can do to actually mitigate that is crucially important. So I fully support this, and I'm absolutely disgusted that the Conservative group have walked out tonight on quite an important issue. Thanks.
Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Howells, for bringing this motion. It's an important issue. There's really, I don't think, any need for anybody to have back garden displays because, apart from the risk and so on, in every town, I think, in Monmouthshire and in many villages, we have well-organised public displays, such as the one that takes place in Abergavenny, organised by volunteers in Belgrave Park. And I know that that's something that people look forward to greatly. Most of the displays that take place in Monmouthshire, the organised displays, to one degree or another, take place with the cooperation of the council. Particularly with the Event Safety Advisory Group, and I think long may that partnership continue. And I think it's great the increasing awareness and things like the early display in Belgrave Park, which is quieter for those with small children or sensory issues or just who don't like bangers, and things like the Lantern Parade and the Tinton lights, so that there are lots of opportunities for people to celebrate together with light at this time of year that don't cause a risk to animals and in the way that the sale of fireworks do. So I thank you, Councillor Howells, for bringing this to Council.
Thank you. And Councillor Brocklesby.
I'd like to thank Councillor Howells for bringing this to Council. As a ward councillor in a rural ward, I have had residents come up to me concerned about their horses, their livestock, and the sounds and bangs and the effects that it has on them is really quite disturbing and means having to go out, calm livestock, calm their horses, and it's traumatising for some animals. I'd also like to pick up on the point that both Councillor Thomas and Councillor Birch made, that for many people who have sensory issues or who are young and who are old, it is deeply disturbing to hear loud firework displays going on all across the area where they live, and to go on intermittently over a whole number of hours. And I absolutely agree that as a council which takes inclusion and also vulnerability so seriously, that we have an opportunity here to raise awareness and join in not trying to stop displays, as Councillor Birch points out, but finding a way in which they can be inclusive, where the sound is much lower. And I'd just like to pay a real tribute to the Tinton fire display, which myself and the chair went to, and most of it was fire rather than fireworks. And I can tell you by the number of people there, the all ages that they were there, just how much we enjoyed it, how inclusive it was, and how it made sure that people of different abilities, different needs, could really join in with the fun of a fire display without in any way being hurt or disturbed. So I absolutely support you here, Councillor Howells.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howells.
Thank you, Chair, and I fully support your motion, Myra. And there are a couple of things, though, I'd just like to point out to members that we as a council can do a lot more as well. And I'll just give you an example. When somebody applies for a TENS, temporary event notice, perhaps we should have on that form there, will you be wanting to carry out a firework activity? because I do have a venue in my area which is nothing but a nuisance. Number one, we know when they start the venue because you can't, well, you can put up with the music, but it depends what they're playing, but then they start off with, or they end with fireworks, etc. So you know fireworks are coming. As landowners as well, you know, I mean, I know I get all the rockets aimed at me. Not because it's me, it's because they know they're going to land in a field or whatever. And I've probably 20, 30 rockets during bonfire night. I've got to clear the field. So I know, I do understand that landowners with animals, etc., they do realise at certain times of the year they do take welfare very seriously, which is good. But I think we as a council can actually do more with the first item I've just mentioned. The second one, I have a Green Man Festival in Crickhowell. Everybody knows the Green Man. We all know it's on for a certain length of time. We all know they've got fireworks coming. We all know that as landowners, we all know. But I'd like to see part of the application, a tick, will you be using some form of firework display? Then we can get an idea of these people, it just make them a little bit more responsible. That's not to say they're not responsible, but it just make them aware that actually perhaps we as a council are watching what's going on out there. Legislation does cover the sale of fireworks, we all know that, with some of our larger supermarket brands out there, they do legislate. But the big ones, I've got to say, the big ones, even my own kids would not go and watch firework displays 20 years ago because the noise that they give out. So if they're in a residential area, I can just imagine how noisy they are for the older people. So I understand everything that everybody's said here, but I think as a council we have a little bit of thought about it. Perhaps we can just put a bit more detail on some forms, etc. We'll see what the response is from the Welsh Government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't see any more hands up to speak. Just to remind you, the motion that we're voting on is the one that was in the order, and it's now in the chat, which is very slightly different to that which Councillor Howells read.
Chair, I would like to move that we go to a recorded vote.
And do you have 9 in support? You do. So that's a recorded vote, thank you, and we can go to the vote now.
Chair, can I just thank everyone for the contributions today, and I hope you show your support and raise awareness of the issues and ultimately protect the animals we care for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, councillors. Councillor Bond.
In support of the motion.
For the motion. Councillor Brocklesby.
Support.
Councillor Bromfield. Councillor Brown. Councillor Bryn.
For.
Councillor Buckler. Councillor Birch.
For.
Councillor Butler. Councillor Callard.
For.
Councillor Chandler.
For.
Councillor Crook.
For.
Councillor Davis. Councillor Dimmock.
For.
Chair, Councillor Dimmock was missing before the start of this debate. Is she actually eligible to vote?
I was having issues getting online. My computer went dead and then I was struggling to get online.
I have given some latitude today to people arriving slightly late into our debate, so I will allow it on this occasion.
Councillor Eason.
For.
Councillor Edwards. Councillor Garrett. Councillor Garrick.
For.
Councillor Griffiths.
For.
Councillor Grocott.
For.
Councillor Howarth.
For.
Councillor Howells.
For.
Councillor John. Councillor David Jones.
For.
Councillor Penny Jones. Councillor Keir. Councillor Lane. Councillor Lucas. Councillor Maybe.
For.
Councillor McConnell.
For.
Councillor McKenna. Councillor Murphy. Councillor Pavia. Councillor Powell. Councillor Rook.
4.
Councillor Sandals. 4. Councillor Jackie Strong.
4.
Councillor Peter Strong.
4.
Councillor Taylor. Councillor Thomas.
4.
Councillor Watts.
4.
Councillor Webb. And Councillor Wright.
4.
That's
Yeah, how are the absent voters being recorded, other than with apologies?
Absent.
Sorry,
Some councillors have sent apologies for today. Since then, some councillors have disappeared from the screen. There was nothing when they were asked for a vote. What has been recorded? Absent or what?
Tony, is that a point of order? Sorry,
If you give me the right number, yeah, point of order on recording of the absent voters. How they recorded.
They're recorded as not voting. Right, we'll move on to the next item.
Not happy, but all right.
Oh, sorry, and that motion is carried, clearly. Moving on to the next motion, also submitted by Councillor Howells. Motion number 2. Councillor Howells, do you have a seconder?
Yeah, it's me again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryn.
Thank you.
Councillor Howells.
Thank you, Chair. This council supports the campaign to devolve management of the Crown Estate and its assets in Wales to the Welsh Government, and that the funds raised be used to support the social needs of the Welsh people. Council calls upon the leader to write to the Welsh Government outlining our support to help persuade the UK Government to devolve the Crown Estate as a matter of urgency. Fellow councillors, this motion calls for the devolution of the management of the Crown Estate in Wales to the Welsh Government, with a commitment that the funds raised from its assets will be used to address the social needs of the Welsh people. This is an issue that holds great significance for our communities, our economy, and our future as a nation. The Crown Estate in Wales consists of 65% of Wales' foreshore and riverbeds, the seabed up to 12 nautical miles out to sea, 50,000 acres of agricultural land, along with vast mineral rights, including those located in Monmouthshire and also Tintern Abbey itself. It holds significant potential for generating revenue, particularly through the renewable energy projects such as offshore wind farms. However, despite the immense value of these assets, the profits they generate currently go to the UK Treasury, with very little being directly reinvested in Wales. This situation is not only unfair, but also unsustainable. Scotland, in contrast, successfully devolved control of its Crown Estate in 2016, and as a result has been able to reinvest millions of pounds directly into the Scottish economy. According to its latest 2023 annual report, the Scottish Crown Estate is valued at £653.1 million and has generated £103.6 million for the Scottish Government in that period. This compares to the Wales current Crown Estate asset valuation of £853 million, with an implied annual income of between 42 and 84 million. The funds raised from Scotland's assets have been used to support public services, infrastructure and environmental projects, all for the benefit of the Scottish people. It is time for Wales to have the same opportunity. There are 3 key reasons why this motion deserves our full support. Firstly, for the Welsh economy. Devolving control over the Crown Estate would give Wales greater financial independence. The revenue generated from our natural resources would stay within Wales, supporting local communities and providing funding for essential services. This is particularly important at a time when public funding is stretched and communities across Wales face challenges such as poverty and economic inequality. Welsh Government figures estimate through the European Regional Development Fund, Wales would have received £1.404 billion over a 4-year period from January 2021 to March 2025. In this same period, the Shared Prosperity Fund provides £632 million, a shortfall of £772 million. By taking control of our own assets, we can ensure that the wealth generated in Wales stays in Wales, helping to improve the lives of our people. Secondly, social justice. The motion emphasises that the funds raised from the Crown Estate should be used to support the social needs of the Welsh people, whether that's investing in affordable housing, tackling the effects of poverty, or improving public services. This is about ensuring that the wealth of Wales directly benefits the people of Wales, as it does in Scotland. The current arrangement, where profits flow to the UK Treasury, does not reflect the needs or priorities of our communities. By devolving these powers, we can reinvest in areas that matter most to Welsh people, ensuring that the revenue generated from our land and natural resources support those who need it most. And thirdly, democratic accountability. The people of Wales deserve to have a say in how their natural resources are managed. Devolving the management of the Crown Estate would bring decision-making closer to home, ensuring that Welsh assets are governed in accordance with the values and priorities of our communities. It's about giving the Welsh Government the authority to manage our own resources in a way that reflects our national interest and aspirations. In conclusion, the devolution of the Crown Estates to Wales is not just a matter of financial or economic importance. It's about fairness and ensuring that the wealth of our nation is used to benefit our people in Monmouthshire and in Wales. This Council has an opportunity today to take a stand in support of this campaign, calling on the leader to write to the Welsh Government and express our backing for this cause. By doing so, we can help persuade the UK Government to devolve the powers as a matter of urgency. I ask we stand together in support of a fairer, more prosperous future for Wales, where our natural resources are managed for the benefit of all. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Councillor Bryn, as seconder, do you wish to speak now or put your...
I'll just say a short piece if I can. I just wanted to say that I fully support the devolution of the Crown Estates with assets of 853 million in Wales. Profits made from Wales's natural resources should be kept in Wales to boost our economy and benefit our communities. We've had a long history in Wales of losing out from benefiting from our own natural resources, and it's about time that was changed. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. And next up is Councillor Garrick.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. As a supporter of an independent Cymru and a very honest Republican, I completely welcome this motion by Councillor Howers and firmly support it. My only regret is that when residents asked me to table the same or a similar motion earlier this year, my group didn't feel that they were ready to support me in doing so at the time, even though we are here reiterating Welsh Labour policy. We should really make sure that we understand what we are discussing. The Crown Estate is a collection of property, rights and interests owned by Charles II in the right of the Crown. This should not be confused with the Crown Estate working for the same person. The Crown Estate Act in 1961 put the management of the Crown Estate under the management of commissioners and boards. It is in fact a unique business arrangement with a history dating back to 1760, which is when George III surrendered Crown lands to the UK Parliament for an annual payment, with the estate's profits later going to the Treasury. And since 2011, the estate's profits have also been used by the UK government to set the funding for the monarch under the Sovereign Grant Act. This is a matter of equity for Wales. As a nation, this would bring us into line with Scotland, as Councillor Howers has already said, as a fellow devolved nation. In Scotland, the Crown Estate was devolved in 2017, and it was last year reported to make the £103 million that Councillor Howells already supplies. And we have that projected estimated income of £42 million from Wales, which is money that would be welcomed by us as a country which has been underfunded by previous governments. with instances such as rail funding being withheld for spend in Wales in favour of spend in England, using the application of England and Wales to a high-speed 2 project for the rails, which did not lay a single millimetre of track in our country. Here in Wales, YouGov polls last year established that the majority of us support the devolution of the Crown Estate. Anecdotally, this has been borne out by contacts made directly to me across the county requesting this motion. Whilst we look at the potential for income generation for Wales and know that the majority of Wales's foreshores are owned by the Crown Estate, giving high potentials for levels of renewables income generation, our need for this devolution goes even deeper. Beyond generating income which Wales could and should receive, our country loses money to the Crown Estate each year. At each council meeting here, we discuss and consider the restrictive state of council finances, and we often compare them to the finances of local government across Wales and other devolved countries within the UK. Yet councils are required in some instances to pay the Crown Estate. Cumber Gwynedd, for instance, pays £161,000 from their budget every year out to the Crown Estate to access its own beachfronts in Bangor, Dover and Havant Pwllheli. So you can reason that there is a key need for us to gain parity with Scotland and to devolve the Crown Estate to gain access to the land within our country and to control our own Crown Estate. I think it's been very proven that Wales has every need to control its own money as part of controlling its own finances and its own destiny. Thank you, Chair. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks very much. I've probably said too much today, but I feel strongly about this motion and want very much to support it. I thank Councillor Howells for bringing it to the Council and Councillor Garrick for giving us the broad context of this important matter. This is the policy, declared policy of both Welsh Government and Welsh Labour. But we should all recognise that there is in all political parties, including the Labour Party, an inevitable tension between those who would decentralise and those who would centralise. This motion, which I hope we'll support, will allow this council to line up with the decentralisers and will give in public more power to the elbow of Welsh Government and Welsh Labour as it negotiates its relationship with UK Labour. The case made by Councillor Garrick and Councillor Howells is full and forceful. I do note that Welsh Labour will always need the contribution of those with an independent mind, green values, socialist values, and I'll be making membership forms available to Councillor Howells and Councillor Bryn at the end of the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chandler.
Yeah, thank you, and I can't resist just by saying that Labour may have some tensions amongst centralists or decentralised, but the Green Party is firmly committed to decentralisation at all points, I'll also put out my membership forms at the end of the meeting. But seriously, I do want to thank Councillor Howells for bringing forward this motion. It is an important motion. It is a matter of some debate, and he and Councillor Garrick have really explained the implications of the context of the Crown Estate. So I do want to just emphasise a couple of points really that I think have been raised, but I just want to give them that weight. Yes, it's about money. The money that we would be able to bring in from controlling the Crown Estate, the income from the Crown Estate, is money that is sorely needed in our nation to support our public services, to support the people of Wales. And it is an important source of income that shouldn't be just going up to Westminster and then distributed in some less transparent way. I think, though, perhaps even a bigger issue, though, is about the opportunity that control of the Crown Estate lands and seashore would have. The value of the Crown Estate in Wales, looking at the reports, has risen considerably over the past few years, and that's almost exclusively due to the granting of licences to wind farms, offshore wind farms. And that there is still a lot of scope for that to increase further. But I think what it is that we in Wales have a much better sense of what could be achieved and to take control of that and to really exploit the opportunities of our seashores, whether it's for offshore wind, whether it's for tidal power in a number of locations, is we have that capacity in this country, this nation, for renewable energy generation to be the powerhouse of the UK as it once was during the peak of the coal years. And that leads me to the third thing that I want to emphasise, and I think Councillor Garrick and particularly Councillor Bryn also put this forward. I think this is a matter of justice. Too often, the resources of our nation have been taken out of our nation for the use for England. You know, we can talk about how our transport links is all designed to actually take coal and steel out of our nation and to take it down across to England for that. And of course, do I need to mention the flooding of our villages to build dams, to build reservoirs in order to supply the water needs of people in England and not people in Wales? That is an injustice, and that injustice is continuing with that control of our foreshores and other properties by an absentee landlord, by the Crown Estate, where that money is going to England. It is time we in Wales had control of those resources and had asserted the right to be masters of our own resources. So that's why I think this is a really important motion, and I hope everybody supports it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank Marion for bringing this, bringing this to us, to the council. This motion has been well presented and argued, and thanks to Councillor Garrick as well. I was going to mention also about the environmental impact and possibilities about, I guess, foreshore wind and tidal energy and others such as osmotic energy production anyway, but also it's perhaps an opportunity for us also to look at our flooding issues and the fact that for Caldecott not being unprotected insofar as TAN 15 and 1 in 200 years flooding. So if we own the foreshore, then we've got a chance of doing something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. I think most of what I wanted to say has actually been ably covered by other people already, but I just want to add my support for this motion. Thank you, Councillor Howells, for bringing it to us. It's a source of disappointment to me that the UK Labour government thus far has not shown their support for the position that Welsh Labour and the Welsh Government have had on this for quite some time, but I remain optimistic that they're going to come round on that front and that the money that we could be using if the Crown Estate were devolved to us, could be used for promoting social justice projects in Wales and maybe even for a better local government settlement, because goodness knows we could do with it.
Thank you. Councillor Maybe.
Thank you. At risk of repeating what other people have said, over-centralisation of economic activity and ownership of wealth is a big problem for the UK. And it makes for an unhealthy economy to have some regions impoverished to the benefit of others. One result for us is that, Wales clearly does suffer from this. One result is that we don't get our fair share of national investment while providing our natural resources for the benefit of wealthier parts of the UK, mostly in England. Whether it's water or renewable energy or coal in the past. And just one major impact that has been mentioned already is the appalling lack of investment in our railways. Another result is that Wales is too often treated like the poor relation, while our resources continue to be drained for the benefit of others. So improving things for us in any way we can and helping to rebalance the regional imbalance within the UK as a whole has got to be a good thing, and I really welcome this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watts.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you for letting me speak. I won't talk very long. I'm kind of disappointed for Rachel that effectively we have to then very politely wait for an independent member who we're aligned with to put this motion forward. But hey, that's politics, right? I'm sure we'll all get over it. I guess why wouldn't we want to kind of see this devolution take place? You think about the economic benefits and the advantages really of this having for Wales and particularly Monmouthshire as well. It's kind of a no-brainer. So I'm going to leave it there because all the other salient points have already been made. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brocklesby.
It's a very small point, Chair, because I agree with absolutely everything that's been said. As a nation, we have been divested of huge amounts of resources that we need to build infrastructure, build skills, build capacities, build our economy in a post-industrial age where over more than a century and a half, Wales has been a net contributor to the wealth of our nations. So I'd just like to reassure Councillor Howells that hopefully I'm going to be really looking forward to writing that letter on behalf of the whole of Council. I think it's something that we do need to do. The time is right because we have a Labour government that will listen to us and we will continue to lobby along with our Welsh Labour government to bring the Crown Estate's monies due to us back into Wales to be used for our people.
Thank you. Councillor Howarth.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm not a nationalist, and I have heard that kind of talk here today. So I will close my ears to that. I was actually in big agreement with the motion until I heard them comments made. We're one nation, and we are funded by the Welsh Government, and that's up to them with the new government to sort themselves out and make sure Wales gets its fair share. This is a totally separate motion, and I don't understand enough about it. Councillor Garrick said some really valid points there, but I didn't actually understand it. So you've got Scotland, it's got so much millions, it's having probably from oil and gas, I surmise, and probably wind as well. Two items there we're all opposed to is the oil and gas. We all want to do away with it. So, but Scotland's not healthy either. The Scottish government is really, really struggling as well, whether they've got that many millions coming in. But let's not forget, our airport in Cardiff costs us £40–50 million. There are lots of things in Wales. I noticed the other day there's probably £15 million settlement to be made to the Inland Revenue from the Welsh Government for something which is serious, and it could be even more, it could even double. So let's not be short-sighted that actually our government in Wales is the best or wants to be the best. It's not. It needs to sharpen its act up, and hopefully may have some new members there will sharpen its act up. But I cannot see that. I think we have to have a radical think about what we're going to do in Wales. And I do believe that the Welsh people, what we do have is, we have the countryside, we have a massive tourism sector within Wales, we do have a country, we have people which are very passionate. I was listening to a debate on the radio coming down here. We're one of the worst nations now for promoting rugby. Kids in Wales are turning their back on rugby. And I do find that as a nation as well, we have to think about other things as well. It's not just about money, even though we can't survive without it, but there are lots of things we've been doing for decades now, which actually England are very jealous of what Wales does. So I'm not going to support the motion because I do not know enough about it, i.e. the figures and the numbers. What I will support is Wales is a great place, it's a great place to live, and the Welsh Government need to get out of Westminster and sort this formula out. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bond, you've already spoken. Is this a point of...
Just recorded vote, please.
Okay, hold that thought. I'm just going to invite Councillor Howells. I'll come back to you, Councillor Bond. Councillor Howells, do you wish to sum up?
No, thank you. Just to thank everyone for their time and debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howells. Councillor Bond.
Let me ask for a recorded vote.
Okay, and can I see 9 in support? I can. So recorded vote it is on this motion. Thank you, Nicola.
And can we have the absent voters mentioned as absent, please, Chair?
Okay. Councillor Bond.
Support the motion.
Councillor Brocklesby.
Support.
Councillor Bromfield. Councillor Brown. Councillor Bryn. For. Councillor Buckler. Councillor Birch.
For.
Councillor Butler. Councillor Callard.
For the motion.
Councillor Chandler.
For.
Councillor Crook.
For.
Councillor Davis. Councillor Dimmock. Councillor Eason.
For the motion.
Councillor Edwards. Councillor Garrett. Councillor Garrick.
Cefnogi, support.
Councillor Griffiths.
For.
Councillor Grocott.
For.
Councillor Howarth.
Against.
Councillor Howells.
For.
Councillor John. Councillor David Jones.
For.
Councillor Penny Jones. Councillor Tony Keir. Councillor Malcolm Lane. Councillor Jane Lucas. Councillor Maybe.
For.
Councillor McConnell.
For.
Councillor McKenna. Councillor Murphy. Councillor Pavia. Councillor Powell. Councillor Rook.
For.
Councillor Sandals.
For.
Councillor Jackie Strong.
For.
Councillor Peter Strong.
For.
Councillor Taylor. Councillor Thomas.
For.
Councillor Watts.
For.
Councillor Webb. And Councillor Wright.
For.
That's clearly carried. Thank you. And that brings us to the close of a very long meeting. Thank you all for your attendance. And I'd like to thank all the officers who've supported this meeting, those still present and those who did stay till later as well. Thank you very much, everyone. Safe journey home.